I like this system better than the Apex one because it just feels smoother. I don't know how to explain it. I just feel like it sounds better overall.
Check.
Hey, let's go check.
This is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
I gotta fix that one back there. But Mike, if I jump off for a second, are you good?
They steady and like photos and videos of the bridges going up and down. So.
I would say.
How funny is it? Yeah.
For sure.
I can hear it perfectly now, I think. Yeah.
Will you answer?
My name?
And who is on duty today?
I'm not gonna answer. I'm not.
I need this information.
No. No.
Oh, okay.
Good, good, good. All right, I think we're good.
To Alaska. I'm going to Alaska. 2 days I'm going to Alaska.
Oh, wow.
Actually, Alaska. He said, but I think it will be Alaska.
I want you to know.
If Trump will go Russia, the whole world will be crazy.
Okay.
Hey guys.
Yeah, right over here. Just curious, like people have only known you're fighting on this card for the past like 13 hours or so, right? After the episode aired. What's that like having to keep this all a secret and to yourself?
Yeah, it was the hardest part to all these 4 months because you should keep this in secret and everyone asks you. Actually, after the show, it's the hardest part to keep this secret. And yeah, I saw some card, so someone spoiled this like 2 days ago, and I had like a lot of message in my Instagram. I delete my Instagram for fight week, you know. I try to put myself to this position there. I was in the house without phone, without nothing. It was like the best time you can stay with yourself, and it was the best shape. So I tried to keep it, and to be honest, I just no reply. I don't use Instagram a lot, just like WhatsApp with my family, and that's it.
Yeah. And when people saw the episode last night, what was that like? Was a lot of people reaching out to you and congratulating you and things like that?
Yeah, a lot. Yes, I saw it actually just for like 3 minutes. I look at my Instagram in another phone, and it was crazy. Like I gained just for 8 hours like 1,000 followers. Of course, maybe for like UFC account there is like 40 millions. It's not a lot, but for me it means a lot. It means I move on a good way, and a lot of people tag me. A lot of people send me a message. A lot of Ukrainian Instagram account, Telegram account, they repost it, and it was good fight. It was fight of the season, so it was attractive one.
Yeah, and now that you've had a few months since the show happened, what were your biggest learning experiences from being on The Ultimate Fighter? And as you look ahead to Saturday, how do you think this fight with Rodrigo goes?
Every time that I step inside the octagon, I don't want just to win a fight. I just wanna show how I can fight, and I just wanna put some action in the cage. I just wanna show people how I can fight, and they will remember me every time. And I wanna put this plank so high, how people can fight inside the octagon. And what I learned from the Ultimate Fighter, that I can compete with the best guys in this division. I can beat all of them, and the big lesson from the Ultimate Fighter, just be confident and enjoy the process, enjoy the fight, enjoy the blood, and you will win.
You know, obviously, like you mentioned, you know, fight of the season, you had a pretty, you know, tough stretch of fights through there. So I guess physically, how are you feeling after, you know, the show wrapped and you could go home and actually kind of focus on your health?
Yeah, you know, I was so happy after my second fight, and I just go straight to the gym and like in 2-3 days, you know, and just because of this amazing feeling, you feel so great. Maybe all your hormones go so high, so you feel nothing after this fight, just like black eye, and that's it.
And, you know, Daniel Cormier kind of praised your creativity with your striking in there. So I guess, like, where does that come? Like, where did this, like, your style of fighting come from?
I don't know. To be honest, I just try new things sometimes during the fight, and it's work, you know. Many things I learned from UFC game. That's true, actually. And yeah, everything, like, I have some idea in my head. Oh, if I will try this during the fight, it's work or not? So I try, and then it's work or not, you know? So maybe because I'm not scared to try different things, and to be honest, for all of these fights, I don't have really game plan, you know? I know what I can do, I know what he will do, but like, I just trust my body, and then I step inside the octagon. I know that my body will perform so good, and it's something from inside, I think.
And then I think they kind of showed it on the show. You know, there was stuff going on back in your home country while you were on the show. So I guess what was it like being able to represent your country on such a massive show like this? And I guess what was it like kind of being stuck in the house while stuff was going on back home?
Yeah. for me to represent my country, to show to for all people around the world that nothing stopped. It's continue, and because with time everyone start to forget about war, because like all people they used to like 1 year it's like crazy. In like second year people already start to forget it and like start to be normal, but it's not true. And I feel like this important feeling that I should show to all of people that it's not, it's still going, and it's give me some, some energy, a lot of energy, a lot of strength. Like I can hold everything what these guys prepare for me, because all my people they hold it. They so tough. They like try to live normal life during the like bombs attack, and they try to work. They try to enjoy their life, help army in this dangerous situation. So for me, it's like I'm just fight. Nothing can happen. After they will bring us to the hospital. If I have some knockout, oh, okay, I will sleep. I will wake up, and nothing will happen. Dangerous for myself. So it's like big power inside.
So I just got one for you here. Robert Valentin, tell me about training with him. He calls you his little brother. What's that relationship like?
Yeah, so Rob, it's like really like my big brother. We train, we live together in Thailand. We spend our time together, and I was in his corner even before UFC. In different organization, he was in my corner too, and they have this like kind of feeling like between like I know that he wants the best for me and I want the best for him, and we understand each other like so simple without words, and yeah, because maybe we have same goals, same ideas, and I'm can't wait and he will come back and show how he strong he is. It's like just twice like this mistake was happened, but a lot of people start with losers in the UFC and then they come back, they become a champion. So just follow me and follow him, and I hope really soon we will fight in same card. And for me, dream is then I will fight, Robert will fight, and Rafael Fiziev will fight in same card. This will be insane, And now we will start to compete. Who will fight for the bonus? We will start to compete between each other. So just give us this chance, and that's it. We will do our job as well.
I know you're obviously focused on the finale that you got coming up, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on the main event and who do you think is going to win between Plessis and Chimaev?
I think, for my opinion, Plessis will win because he is so unorthodox, like a fighter. It's really hard to find a sparring partner like Dricus, and he has this like power, really huge power, and even then he is tired, he keep going forward, and I saw many times then Chimaev have problem with the cardio, with the fight with Kamaru, with Gilbert Burns. Of course, he's grow up, it will be tough fight, but I think like Plessis can win this fight, and he will win this fight. It's in my opinion.
Дань, привет. Как минимум на эту неделю ты стал уже частью экосистемы UFC, ты пришел на медиадень, ты в официальном UFC-шном мерче. Насколько то, что происходит сейчас с тобой, отличается от того, что было с тобой в других промоушенах и во время ТАФа?
Ну, в первую очередь хочу сказать, что да, я уже в этой экосистеме, и выплывать из нее не хочется выходить, поэтому будем все делать в субботу, чтобы здесь остаться. Что отличается от других промоушенов? На самом деле, конечно, UFC очень все профессионально, все по времени, полностью всем обеспечивают, потому что у них есть финансирование. Ну, то есть это многомиллиардная компания, которую не догнать никакой из организаций, но хочу сказать, что организация, где я был чемпионом, Найза из Казахстана, это тоже высокоуровневая организация, и в плане организации турниров, проведения, профессионализма всей команды, ну, то есть с определенным ограниченным бюджетом ребята выжимали максимум, и это, ну, тоже уровень был. Вот. Но UFC, как мы все понимаем, ни одна из организаций в мире больше не догонит, поэтому все и хотят здесь драться. Вот. Но, можно так сказать, я уже привык к этой всей движухе.
В субботу твой последний бой был признан боем сезона в ТАФе. Твой следующий бой, который будет в субботу, тебе принципиально просто выиграть и получить контракт, или для тебя важно именно выиграть ярко, чтобы все тебя запомнили?
Да, для меня, конечно, как я сказал до шоу, для меня не просто, то есть победа в этом сезоне для меня не главное. Для меня главное этот контракт, и этот контракт, чтобы я завоевал именно своим стилем ведения боя, как я провожу, и чтобы люди меня запоминали. И если я буду все делать правильно, я буду выигрывать. Поэтому, конечно, все мы хотим выиграть, но для меня самое главное — это показать зрелищный, достойный поединок, в идеале нокаут, в котором я выиграю. И я за этим буду идти. И надеюсь, мой соперник меня поддержит в идее хорошего боя. Вот. И я не чувствую никакого давления, потому что я знаю, что все фанаты, которые видели вчерашний поединок на полуфинале, они будут топить за меня. И более чем уверен, я уже в UFC. Сейчас только надо улучшить свои условия, свои позиции и сделать еще один хайлайт.
Пусть все получится. Удачи в субботу.
Спасибо большое. Thank you, guys.
You can type in the password on this? Yeah, okay. UFC app, okay.
Hi, over here. It's obviously been a little bit since we last saw you. I think it was December last year. So I guess how's life been? Did you want to come back sooner? And just, how has life been now that you are officially, a UFC fighter after your first fight?
前回の試合が12月でしたけれども、それからちょっと期間が空いたので、それまでどのようにお過ごしでいらっしゃいましたか？早くもっと試合したかったですか？
もちろん試合はすぐしたかったんですけど、自分の弱かった部分を修正して強くなるための期間に使ってました。なので今は強くなって戻ってきました。
Yes, I wanted to return sooner, but I used this time to improve and deal with my weakness, and I'm more already, and I'm here.
You say you were dealing with your weaknesses, so I guess what have you been working on, and I guess what did you learn from your fight against Pantoja to now?
ご自身の弱みに関してちょっと対策をされてきたということなんですけれども、パントーダ戦で学んだこと、そしてこれをどのように今回の試合に生かせると思いますか？
前回は初めての UFC での戦いだったので、その UFC のスタイルにアジャストできてなかったっていうのがあったんで、そこの戦い方の部分で しっかり修正してきました。
Last match was my first time, so I was not really getting used to how UFC style works. But I have experienced it now. I'm all ready, and I'm here to return.
What was the biggest shock or surprise from your first fight? Like you mentioned, you kind of weren't ready for the UFC style.
先ほどこの UFC のスタイルにもう分かった、慣れてきたというふうにおっしゃられましたけれども、一番最初にびっくりしたことってどういったことでした？
びっくりしたことは、なかったんですけど、やっぱり今までリングで戦っていたので、そこでのそのケージでのその壁の攻防だったり、そこら辺の違いを少し感じましたね。
Nothing really shocking, but I was so used to fight in the ring, so I had to adjust myself to the octagon style, the walls and everything else.
And they gave you Tim Elliott, who's longtime veteran, former flyweight title challenger. I guess how much of Tim Elliott did you watch before you signed with the UFC? And I guess what do you make of his, as they say, awkward style in there?
ティム・エリオット選手なんですけれども、これからですねタイトル戦に向けての挑戦者となります。いろいろですねこれまでいろいろ解説ですとか分析をされてきたと思うんですけれども、 UFC 以外でもどういったところをお勉強されてきましたか？
それティム・エリオットについてですかね。ティム・エリオット選手の試合はもうずっと前から見てきてるんで、彼の動きだったりはしっかり分析できているので、その対策はバッチリですね。
I have been watching Tim's fight many times, so I have already analyzed his move, and I am so ready now.
He often fights with his hands at his side, and he talks a lot to his opponents. I guess what do you make of that? Like he doesn't really like to block. He keeps his hands at his hips quite often.
ティム選手のスタイルなんですけれども、手を横に置いて、対戦相手に結構声を出したりですね、あんまりブロックをするということはしないんですけれども、そういったちょっと面白いスタイルについてどう思われますか？
俺相手にそれをやってきたら、一瞬でKOしちゃうと思うんで、気をつけた方がいいんじゃないですかね。
If it does it to me, you better be careful. I'm just going to give him KO and knock him down.
And just last one for me. Your brother's been stringing together a couple wins. He's obviously a big star back in Japan. Are you hoping to see him kind of make the jump over to the UFC too?
お兄様がですね、日本でも大変有名な強い選手というふうにお伺いしています。お兄様もですね、ぜひ UFC に挑戦してもらいたいと思っていらっしゃいますか？
本人がどう思ってるかは分かんないですけど、将来一緒に UFC で戦えたら面白いかもしれませんね。
I'm not quite sure what he is thinking about, but if we can fight together in the future with UFC, I think that would be very interesting.
What would a win against Tim Elliott mean for your career in the UFC?
ティム・エリオット選手に勝つために何が必要でしょうか？
自分の実力を、出し切れれば何の問題もないかなと思っています。
The only thing I have to do to win him is to show my own strength and power. That's about it.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
maybe over here. Obviously, we've been watching you on the season of The Ultimate Fighter, so I guess, how's life been knowing, that show ended and you had to keep the secret for so long, and now you can talk about the fight in front of you?
Мы все знаем то, что вы сейчас на ТАФе. И как ты себя чувствовал после этого события? Как было тяжело скрывать секрет о результатах? Как твоя жизнь поменялась после этого?
Финалға өткеннен кейін қазақ елі көптеген сұрақтар қойды. Финалға өттің ба деген сияқты қиын болды. Өйткені біздің қазақ жанкүйерлері өте қолдауды мықты білдіреді. Сондықтан да әрең шыдадық. Қазір қуаныштымыз, финалдамыз. Бізде алғашқы 2-3 күн қалды алдымызда. Біз финалға дайынбыз.
It was very hard to keep the secret because our fans are very supportive and everyone was asking the questions. But anyway, we did our best to keep the secret and we're ready for the final. So yeah.
Can I ask, what was the experience like in the house on The Ultimate Fighter? Because you have to fight so frequently. It's not like you can let your weight get too high. So from that experience to now you can finally be in a full camp, can you compare the two?
Каково это было, будучи в доме, драться так часто и сравнивать сейчас, то сейчас у тебя был полный камп. Как ты это чувствуешь, какие разницы ты видишь? Какая разница?
Я жасырмаймын, TAF жобасында өте қиын болды. Өйткені 40 күнде, 2 аптада 2 салмақ қою, 2 жекпе-жек өткізу. Қазіргі финалға дайындығым өте жоғары деңгейде өтті. Өйткені командаммен лагер өттік. Қазір біз финалға дайынбыз. 2-3 есе TAF-тағы жобадан осы финалға дайындалу жеңілірек болды.
It was very hard to be at the TAF house reality show because it was 40 days and we had to fight very frequently. So for this one, I got the whole camp with all my team, and yeah, I feel very good.
And it seems like you formed a pretty strong bond with Daniel Cormier when you were on the show. So I guess where did that kind of relationship come from, and have you kept up with him now that the season's over?
На реалити-шоу мы заметили, что у тебя было очень хорошее взаимоотношение с Дэниелом Кормье.
Where did that relationship come from on the show, and has he kept in touch with Daniel since the season?
Откуда это произошло, вот это отношение с ним, и после шоу какие отношения у вас с Кормье?
Жалпы TAF жобасына түскенде мен ағылшын тілін білмедім, сондықтан да маған өте қиын болды. Маған осы харизма арқылы өзімнің қара жұмысымен, ауыр тренировкам арқылы көзге түсу керек болды. Сол 1-2 тренировкадан кейін Кормьенің көзіне түсіп, біз жақсы қарым-қатынас орнаттық. Ол мені мақтады, сол жобаның жақсы жауынгері деп. Әрі қарай ол маған лақап ат қойды, қазақ гангстер дейтін. Сонымен біз жақсы қарым-қатынас құрдық. Қазірде Instagram парақшасында сөйлесіп, жазысып, амандасып тұрамыз.
So when I was at the TAF reality show, I know that I need to do my best to show my charisma, my hard working, and all that stuff. And I realized that I need to do that. So yeah, we.
TAF жобасында бірге болдық. Харизмамен, ауыр жұмысымен, содан ол маған қазақ гангстер дейтін ат қойды. Содан кейін біз жақсы сөйлесіп, және де ол мен десейтін тренер болып кеттім.
So yeah, after I showed my charisma, my hard working, we met each other, and after that we got the connection, and we still follow each other on the IG and in touch every day.
Did he bring the robe to the fight week? Yeah, him or Daniel? Because he had his robe and then he gave Daniel.
For this one?
No, did he bring it this week?
Alibi. Сен шапан әкелдің ба, спрашивает. Еще раз.
Әрине, менің Қазақстан шапаным бар. Оны жекпе-жекке рұқсат берсе мен киіп шығам. Жалпы ол шапанды қазір Америка елдерінде көптеген тренерлерге бердік. Біз үшін осы сыйлықты сыйлау үлкен мәртебе. Біз осы арқылы қазақтың мәдениетін, дәстүрін, қонақжайлығын көрсетеміз.
Of course, I have my own robe, and if it's allowed to, I would do that, bring it, and it shows our culture, our tradition. So yeah, it just shows our history of our country.
Салим, это Alibi. Ты как минимум на эту неделю уже вошел в экосистему UFC, ты живешь в одном отеле с бойцами, на тебе экипировка Венома. Насколько все это давит на тебя и отличается от того, что было в твоей жизни до ТАФа?
Бір Приветствую всех. Во-первых, мне ничего не давит, потому что мы уже это давление получили в этом тафе. Такая была сложная съемки, шоу. Сейчас я счастлив, потому что я 5 лет назад начал заниматься профессиональным ММА. Сейчас я здесь, я очень заряжен. Я привык к этому камеру, вниманию, потому что я хочу быть здесь, я себя чувствую комфортно. Пару дней остался. И моя, как я сказал, мечта, то, что дать всем молодежи надежду, что в жизни все возможно, что простые парни, как мы, как они, может добиться всего. И когда-то я 2 года, 3 года назад мечтал, что у меня будет форма UFC. А сейчас в данное время я просто рад, что мне дали сумку UFC.
В субботу тебя устроит любая победа и контракт, или ты все-таки хочешь выступить так, чтобы после этого люди говорили о тебе?
Честно, я пришел сюда не за победой, я пришел сюда за мечтой. Потому что, как я ранее говорил, когда интервью давал, я просто хочу дать не просто бои, показать шоу. Как я показал в ТАФе, сейчас я хочу в финале показать яркий бой.
Это Олег.
Спасибо. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Aaron over here. Obviously, you know, we've been covering you for a long time, and it seems like every interview, every media day, it's always, you know, when are you going to go to the UFC? What do you think about fill in the blank UFC champion? But, you know, now that you're only a couple days away from actually being able to call yourself a UFC fighter, I guess, what's the whole fight week been like for you?
Yeah, it's been amazing fight week and being finding a balance of telling myself, wow, it's so surreal to be here finally, and after all the years of the ups and downs, to be in a place where I've always wanted to be, and I'm just really enjoying it and taking it all in and meeting all the new staff, and the only thing I can say, it's just, it's been good.
You know, when Patchy did his first media day, we talked, and he was saying, you know, over the last X amount of years, it's always, oh, I train MMA, and the fans are always like, oh, you're in the UFC, and like they had never heard of Bellator, PFL, or anything like that. So, have you gotten that same treatment, and now you can finally say, like, you know, I am a UFC fighter?
Yeah, that's it's always funny to explain to somebody that just doesn't get it. I have a funny story. My son is 4 years old, and we watch the fights all the time, and when I told him, Dad's going to fight in the UFC on TV, he said, wow, Dad, you're finally a professional. And I said, yeah, Dad's finally a professional, and it's funny. But now it's going to be, I don't really tell people, like when I'm out in public, they always ask me, oh, what do you do for a living? And I just say, oh, I'm an artist, and I don't go into detail. But then if they pry, I'm like, yeah, I'm a fighter. But then you tell them, oh, I fight. Back then I fought for this organization. They're like, oh, okay, so you're one day you'll be in the UFC. I say, yeah, one day I'll be in the UFC. And now if I get that question, it's just, yeah, I'm a UFC fighter. The conversation is like, oh, wow, you're big time and blah, blah, blah. But it feels good.
You're also kind of in a unique situation compared to, you know, the Chandlers, the MVPs, and the Patches that came over, where you only fought for Bellator, PFL. Like, you made your debut there. You didn't really have the other regional scenes. So I guess, has it kind of been surreal to, this really is the first time you've not been involved in a Bellator fight week?
Yeah, I started my career, my first fight was Madison Square Garden, and we all know how that went. I can laugh about it now, but back then it wasn't funny. But yeah, I haven't had an easy road to get here. I really had to dig deep and ask myself, is this something that I really want to do? And the answer was always yes. There was never an option to quit. I always knew I was going to be in the UFC. I just didn't know when. And I think everything aligned the way it was supposed to since the beginning of my career to where I'm at now. And I have a lot of work ahead of me, but mentally and physically, I'm ready for all of it.
You know, obviously you're supposed to fight Movsar in Abu Dhabi, and now it's Lerone. Has this kind of felt like just kind of one long fight camp for you? Because I'm sure by the time Movsar pulled out, you were kind of peaking at some point, and then you had to peak again for an entirely different opponent, an entirely different part of the world. So I guess just how's the process been preparing for Lerone now?
Yeah, and my coach, Greg Jackson, preaches that a lot, is staying in the process, and you know, fights being canceled is part of the process, and I didn't get too worried about it. Hunter and I had a good conversation, and he said that I'm going to book you as fast as possible. I think I'm going to ask Lerone Murphy if he can fight. So I knew that August 16th was a maybe. So I kept pretty strict on my diet and took a few days off just to let the body heal, because I was preparing for August 26th and my weight was getting low. So it was actually a good timing. I called my strength and conditioning coach, Sam Calavita, and asked him what I need to do with the calories and this. And we came up with a good game plan, and I'm glad I'm fighting August 16th because I'm in better shape now than I was even preparing for the Abu Dhabi card.
And what do you make of Lerone as an opponent? Because obviously he's like an undefeated guy. He's had some big wins. The last two, maybe fans think could have gone either way. Some people thought Josh and Ige won those fights. So I guess what do you make of his skill set as a whole?
What I make of his skill set is he's 16-0 for a reason, undefeated in the UFC. He's fought some really tough guys. Yeah, my team and I have our work cut out for us for Saturday, and I'm not coming in here, taking him lightly. And you know, he has 16 fights, and I have just as many as he does, and I didn't start in the regional scene where I was fighting, you know, in backyards or whatever. I've been on the big stage my whole career, so I'm ready for this moment. I just have to do my job Saturday and take care of business.
Aaron, you mentioned the work you did with Sam Calvita at the training lab. You had Khamzat and Arman Sarukian around you as well. Can you just explain what that was like for you, and if you got to do much work with those guys, how did that elevate your mental and fighting game?
Well, it was an honor to train with those guys. I think their mindset. Now I understand why they're the best in the world. You know, Arman's #1. Khamzat's fighting for a world championship on Saturday, and it's really nice to be around guys that have the same mindset as you, meaning that when they come to train, it's all business. They're trying to be the very best, and when it came time to compete with exercises and things like that, we were trying to beat each other, and it just elevated our game, and we really pushed each other. And on another note, I want to say is that they're just really nice guys. Khamzat, I think, you know, he is a killer and he wants to just maul people. But when you get to have a conversation with him, you see how he interacts with people, and he's a very kind man. And that was the biggest thing for me that I respect the most. And same with Arman. You know, when I would ask him, hey, can you come drill with me? He's like, yes, I'll be there. And he doesn't have to do that. So, yeah, they push themselves and they're killers, but they're also very just genuine, good human beings. So that was really cool to see.
Yeah, I assume you believe in Khamzat and that he's going to win this fight. How do you think he wins? And I guess now seeing it firsthand in the training room, how unstoppable and difficult to deal with is his wrestling going to be for Dricus?
Yeah, he's a problem. I think he can get a submission. But I know if it goes 5 rounds, he has the cardio in him to push the pace on Dricus, and that's not an easy task. But he really has taken this training camp serious, from what I see, and really tried to push his body to the limit. And I think he's just going to go out there and do his best, and I think he can get the submission.
And there's a few people at featherweight who feel they probably have a claim to a title shot, and the winner of this fight may be one. And it seems you have got Alexander Volkanovski's attention. I know you said to Fox Sports Australia you would knock him out. He replied to that. I don't know if you heard it. He said, I reckon I'd crumble him in the wrestling department. His best bet is to try and land a big shot. Other than that, I mop the floor with him. So I guess what's your response to that? And at least you have his attention, it seems.
Well, it would be 5 rounds, so I think I'm going to land a left hook or a right hand, so I can put him out. But I'm the new guy in this organization, and I'm just going to be up front. And to have his attention, that's a good thing. But I have to take care of Lerone Murphy. That's all I'm focused on. But Volkanovski, has it coming. Yeah, he's not an easy guy to fight, and I'm aware of that. And I look at who he's fought as far as the high-level wrestlers. He's never fought a high-level wrestler like me, and your time is coming.
Is there any indication from the UFC, if you win this fight the way I'm sure you want to and are dreaming of, that you could get the title shot after this?
No, the only thing is go out there and do your job, and there is going to be big things ahead of you, and that's all I've been told, and that's all I'm focused on.
And just to follow up on Volkanovski, obviously, Saturday has to come first. I understand that's your focus, but to come into the UFC is obviously a massive dream and a goal for you. But then to be able to fight for the title against a man like Alex Volkanovski, possibly the best ever in this division's history, how exciting is that? Not just to fight for a UFC belt, but to fight a GOAT of the division. How exciting is that?
Yeah, that's really exciting. It's a guy that gets me out of bed in the morning. Every practice that I would go to, he would be on my mind. I want to fight Volk one day, and it's actually music to my ears for him to say, yeah, I'll mop the floor with him. I keep with that mindset, to be honest with you. Keep underestimating me, because while you're doing that, I'm in the gym just getting better and better and working. When I wake up, I'm thinking, how do I take you out? And And that puts a big smile on my face to see that he replied to that.
In a way, he's almost kind of doing you a favor, right? By singling you out, he's almost putting it out there that, hey, if you win, this could be the one. This might sound like a weird question because I believe you're incredibly skilled, but are you happy to almost take a little longer, get your feet wet in the UFC, experience this stage a bit more? Or are you ready, like, hey, if he calls me out, I'm fighting Volkanovski as soon as possible?
No, Volkanovski, we win this fight, we fight Volkanovski. Why am I gonna go through the ringer and take fight these guys and maybe something happened to postpone a title fight? I'm in a good position. I get the win. I go straight to the top. If the bosses say that, and any time you get a phone call saying, "Hey, you're fighting for the belt," I would never say, "Well, let me get my feet wet a little bit more," because there's risks that come involved, training camps and this. If there's a clear path to fighting for the belt, then I'm going to take it.
Aaron, right here, brother. Obviously, like some guys, they have, they feel the pressure making their UFC debuts and things like that. I wanted to ask about as far as the MMA fan base, because I feel like you're kind of in a similar scenario to Patchy Mix. When he was coming in with Mario Batista, the fans weren't happy with Batista. They were cheering Patchy Mix. And then the fight went the way it did, and they completely flipped on him. They were booing him. They were calling him all sorts of things. I feel like you're kind of coming into that same scenario, like with Murphy's last fight, people were booing him in the Apex. So I feel like you're going to come on stage and you're going to be the guy because they want to see Lerone Murphy lose after the last fight. So do you think like about the interactions with fans and the way that the script can flip so quickly and the pressure that it can add, or does it not faze you at all?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there is pressure. I put a lot of pressure on myself to compete at the highest level, and the work that I put in is a lot, and it comes with pressure. But I don't really think too much about that as far as what the fans are thinking, and you can't please everyone, and MMA fans are brutal. So I don't read too much comments or anything like that. I focus on what I can control, and I go out there and get a big win. The fans will be happy. But to answer your question, if they are booing him and they're on my side, I'm not mad at that. Of course, I want the fans on my side, especially being here in America, and he's coming over from England. So to have the fans on my side is a plus.
All right, just one from here. People are looking at the Pitbull, his debut, Patchy's debut, and just kind of going off with what he asked. They kind of scoff at another Bellator guys coming in and everything. What's your message to people that doubt that you belong in the elite at 145 pounds?
I don't really have a message for them, but all I can say is that they're Patchy and all those and Pitbull are incredible fighters, but I'm Aaron Pico. And watch Saturday night, and that's all. That's the message I have for you, is just watch.
Hey, Aaron.
Yes,
just to go back on Sam Calavida real quick, but we hear a lot of the fact that he's a former math teacher. Everything he does is so specific, so math-based, and everything is monitored. Can you explain exactly how it works? So when you come to camp with him, he takes a lot of different values of your VO2 max and stuff like that, and every day he checks it, tells you about it, and at the end of the training camp you have a lot of different things that you progressed on. How does it work exactly, his method?
That's a good question. I can't speak on that. You'll have to ask him, but it's very detailed, and if you want to be at the highest level as far as cardio, food, and get your body to a place it's never been before, go to the training lab and see firsthand. But I can't speak on that, to be honest with you.
You debuted in 2017, and you were the Bellator prodigy. Now 8 years later, you're in the UFC. How would you describe your journey here?
How would I describe my journey? Well, it's been a tough one. I didn't have an easy path to get here. I took some big losses and kind of doubted for a lot of years, can I do this? But I stayed the course. I got better. I surrounded myself with really, really good coaches, Brandon Gibson and Greg Jackson and Sam Calavita, and I just got to work. And as you can see, my last 10 fights, I've won, and yeah, I'm a completely different fighter than I was in 2017, and I think the people are going to see that come Saturday.
Last question. Aaron, finish this sentence. Don't blink because...
Left hook's coming.
Carlos, obviously this fight was booked before earlier in the year, and now it's rebooked again. So I guess after your last performance against Ian, were you happy that the UFC approached you to rebook the Geoff Neal fight?
Yeah, I think it's the fight that makes sense. You know, we should fight before, but Geoff got injured, and then I fought Ian Gary, and now I think it's the fight makes sense.
Looking at that fight against Ian, you know, a lot of people thought that you could have pulled it out at the end if you had like stepped on the gas maybe earlier. So I guess were there lessons learned from that fight specifically?
I learned a lot of how to listen my coach. First of all, how to important is on the right game plan, you know. And of course, Ian is great. He's really smart, really intelligent fighter. But I learned also how to be a complete fighter is important, you know. Sometimes it's time to stop thinking about only bonus, like knock people out, bonus and entertain people around, and just focus on get the win, you know. Because at the end of the day, get the win is more important than get bonus or something like that.
So in hindsight, you know, leading up to that fight against Ian, a lot of the talk was, you know, the knockout streak, you know, I'm coming to kill and everything. Is in hindsight, do you think you should have been, you know, focusing more on the fight rather than trying to punch a hole through Ian's face?
Say again.
Olhando para trás, hindsight, você acha que talvez você deveria ter pensado mais? Você falou no nocaute, acabar com a luta. Talvez você deveria ter pressionado um pouco mais e mudado de estratégia um pouco.
I think I should use more was better the opportunities I had, like with my grappling or something like that. I don't mean like he tried to take him down, you know, but when he tried to take me down, like maybe reverse the position, keep him on the ground, stay on top, and win the round, you know. We are on big high level, so with small mistakes can change the end of the fight, you know.
Then looking at your fight against Geoff, I saw you do some interviews yesterday. You know, Geoff is saying he's training for a one-round fight. He's training to knock you out in the first. So does that get you excited, and what do you make of, you know, Geoff's skill set as an opponent?
I'm not kind of guy like I'm really get excited or sad or angry or something like that. because my opponent did something or talk something, you know. I hope he's ready, you know. I want to fight for the best version of Geoff Neal. And I'm ready to fight 10 rounds, you know. Of course, I want to finish the fight on the first round, but I don't think he's gonna knock me out on the first round. And to be honest, I think he don't think he's gonna knock me out on the first round. But I'm ready for everything. Like I said, I'm ready to fight 10 rounds if we need. I don't think it's really smart to his part train for fight just one round. But let's go.
So do you think he's just saying it to build the fight and build confidence?
I think so. I think so. Sometimes. Of course, it's nice. Like I know a lot of people like to say something to make the thing become real, you know. But definitely, he say they're gonna knock me out in the first round. It's don't gonna become real.
Just last one for me. Have fans been coming up to you trying to give you cigarettes this week?
Yeah, all the time, all the time.
All right. Hey, sorry, I written down right here. So, coming off your first UFC loss, is it important for you to send a message to the rest of the division, like, hey, you know, yeah, I lost, but I'm still here?
Yeah. I think after winning Geoff Neal, it's gonna be making alive on the top of the division, you know. Like, you know, when you talk about who is close of the for close of the title shot, maybe 1, 2, 3 fights. So you have some names there, yeah. So I lose my last fight, and I think my name is not there. But I think after I beat Geoff Neal, my name gonna back to the bunch of guys like it's close off to title shot, like maybe 3 fights, 1 year can fight for the belt.
Do you just need a win, or do you need a knockout?
I think I need to win. You know, if by knockout, it's much better. But I just want to win.
Obviously, it looks like next it's going to be Islam and Jack Della. So I just want your thoughts on that fight and who do you think's going to win?
I think the favorite guy to win the fight, I think the underdog is Jack Della Maddalena. But I was really surprised with his performance last fight. You know, I was thinking like Belal Muhammad would get the win, like on the board fight, you know, just trying to take him down, fighting on the fancy, you know, don't let Jack Della Maddalena fighting. But because Jack Della Maddalena was almost 2 years without fight, and then he showed like he grew up so much as a fighter, his skills is much better, and then he got the win against Belal Muhammad. So I really hope Jack Della Maddalena get the win against Makhachev.
Okay, and just last one, who have you got in the main event for this event?
On the early of the fight, like on the first 2 rounds, I think the fight's more for Chimaev. But after that, I think Plessis.
Hey, so out of the 4 of you, it's Maurice Rufi, Caio Borralho, you, and Jean Silva. Who is the craziest of you 4 and why?
Jean.
Jean?
Because he's half human and half dog.
And what's the craziest thing you've seen Jean Silva do?
Como que fala latir?
Barking.
Barking? I'm kidding, Jean is a really nice guy, but I think for all of us, I think he's more different guy, you know? Yeah.
And when you see him strangle guys on the street that are asking for it, is it really him or is it something that he plays for the cameras?
No, it's him. It's Jean, yeah, all the time.
And one last question is about, the UFC comes to Paris in September, and it's kind of friends versus the fighting nerds, because you have Caio and you have Maurice Rufi. How do you see the 2 fights playing out for Caio versus Nassourdine and Rufi versus BSD?
I can see Caio like having a tough fight on the first round, maybe 2 rounds, nobody trying to get a lot of risks, you know, like trying to do too much. But after that, I think Caio gonna make Imavov get tired and then gonna finish the fight on the round number 4 or 5, something like that. And then Rufi, no words to Rufi. I think he's gonna step on the octagon, do whatever what he want, and then knock his opponent out.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. First of all, I want to share a good news for you. 2 weeks ago, they made official smoking area in UFC Epics. I don't know if you know about it.
Nice. So now, finally.
So you can ask the next fight there. And the question is, when you were answering a question about main event, you didn't mention Caio Borralho, who is back up for the main event. You don't believe that he will be in Octagon on Saturday night?
I hope, but you know that when you fight for the title, it's different. I can see the both guys taking care about the health. You know, probably they training like a really good way, really good partners to don't get injuries or something like that. I don't know. I hope Kyle fight on the same day of me. I hope he fights Saturday night. But let's see. He's ready. He's ready to go.
And you see him more often than we do. How's his weight doing? Is he ready to show a championship weight on Friday?
You mean Kyle?
Kyle, yeah.
We have the same nutritionist, and our nutritionist is the best in the game. So today, I wake up and I eat 2 fried eggs with bacon, and then I eat this macaron.
Pasta.
Spaghetti
Pasta with rice, you know, and my weight is 100% really good. Kyle also, so he can make weight in 2 times in 3 weeks, and he's 100% ready.
I wish you luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
The 170 division's pretty stacked. It's got Usman, Leon Edwards, Ian Gary that we mentioned earlier, the champion Jack, Islam coming in, Michael Morales. What are your thoughts on the division, and is there anybody that you're kind of itching to fight again?
Eu entendi o final da pergunta.
Ele falou no final ali, tá com coceira de lutar contra alguém desses caras, desses nomes aí?
I think the welterweight division right now is the most hard division, you know, to be there. A lot of good names, a lot of good guys, good fighters. Of course, I have a name, especially to challenging him to fight in Brazil against me in October. But it's surprise after winning the fight against Geoff Neal, I'm gonna get the mic and gonna say something. Done.
we go over here. Obviously, you know, I feel like you've been sitting on this secret that you're fighting and the contenders, the finals are tough for so long. So I guess what's it like, you know, having to keep this in and now you finally get to talk about the fighting experience like a proper UFC fight week?
Yes, sir. So, I'm really happy to be here. You know, it's a big card. I think it's going to be the biggest event this year. And I'm really happy to be part of, you know, so I hold it for so long, that secret. And now I'm like really excited to talking about it and like definitely show you guys everything.
What was the experience like in the Tough House? Because, you know, some people think it's really hard because, you know, you have to make weight so much and you're always competing. Some people don't like it. Some people enjoy the fact that they can stay in a house and see their opponents. Did you enjoy the time?
Oh, yeah, I have a lot of fun for sure. I definitely love spending the whole month there, you know. The Tough is tough, you know, it's definitely tough, you know. I did something for the first time in my life. It was like 2 fights in 13 days, 2 make weights, you know, 2 weight cuts, right? So it was savage for me and really new. So I changed a lot myself. I learned a lot about myself. Since like day one, I stepped in the house, so I knew it's gonna be like hard. I knew it's gonna be a hard time, but I also knew I will make like a new friends, have a good time here, and be the last man standing.
Your opponent, obviously, you know, you were around him in the house quite often. So what do you make of Neal as an opponent and everything?
As an opponent, he is like everyone else in my mind. He's just one more guy scores my way. He's going to be losing at the end of the fight, you know. So I'm very secured right now. I'm healthy, you know, so I'm good to go. I'm ready for be the ultimate fighter.
You know, during the show, you were pretty vocal that, you know, your mom was your motivation. So is she going to be at the fights on Saturday?
No, unfortunately, she is going to watch it, like, from Brazil. But I have a plan for in the future, like, she come around at least to the city where I will fight. But it's no time yet.
Obviously, born in Rio, I believe you train in Vancouver, correct?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Do you plan on staying there, or do you think eventually you'll have to move to maybe the U.S. to get a full camp?
To be honest, my heart is open right now, and I already start being like USA, Canada. So I train with DC in California right now, and Gilroy. He just started his new team for MMA, so I'm really happy to like be one of the first guys in there, you know. So the gym called the Academy, Gilroy, you know. So I'm really happy, to be honest. So I will keep myself in Vancouver for now. I do love. And I also want, like, after this fight, ask you for the Vancouver card or Rio card. It's going to be both of them in my hometown, so I have to be there. I feel I have to. So I'm ready, you know. So I will stay between Canada and U.S.
Hey, brother. I'm from Vancouver myself, so shout out to you. I just had a question about the Vancouver card. Like, if everything goes well and you are able to get on that Vancouver card, are you going to be, like, would you walk out with the Brazilian and the Canadian flag? Because, like, we're always getting behind our fighters, you know what I mean? And you walk out with that Canadian flag, everybody instantly goes nuts.
Definitely. So when I win the final, the finality, the ultimate fighter, I will ask you for Vancouver or Rio. And doesn't matter if I fight in Brazil or Vancouver, I will walk with my flag of Canada and Brazil together. So Canada is my home as well. The way you guys hug me as a family there, like, really making me proud, you know. So I want to bring the flag with me forever now.
And then what do you think, like, as far as the fighters that are coming out of Canada right now? And I would say more specifically, like, BC, the Vancouver area, because we haven't really had anybody kind of come out of there in a long time. We had Rory McDonald from Kelowna. We had, I think, Dennis Kang back in the day out of Vancouver. But what's the talent pool looking like out there right now?
To be honest, we have like a really big talents there. You know, I think it's gonna come out in the next 3 years, 4 years, I guess. But we already have like a great fights in there. Lupi also fight this Saturday on the UFC 319. And you guys have myself now. You know always I step inside of the octagon. I don't give a shit to like how I will come out of there. I just want to win. So I will make this more interesting for now, because I think now it's time to like definitely put a show on.
What did you think about Dana White's comments on Radley De Silva last night? Because I felt like he was kind of harsh on him, you know, like with Contender Series, sometimes you can't always go out there and get a finish depending on the opponent. And like we've seen in BFL, like Radley's a great fighter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Radley is a great fighter, exactly. So, but they put like two toughest guy on the division outside of the UFC to fight each other, right? So the expectation was to be like a nasty fight, but both of them want to win. Both of them want to make the UFC, and fight right in front of the Dana White means a lot to us. You know, like for sure we get nervous, and both of them try to fight security, right? Nobody want to lose. Nobody want to like give a chance to get a shot, like a knockout. But I feel bad for him. I feel like Radley really deserved the UFC, be the UFC, and I'm sure he'll make it happen one day. He's gonna learn right now, and the next time he step on the Contender Series or a short call, short notice, right? He's gonna make that happen.
And then last question, what do you think about BFL becoming like a feeder, you know, sort of into the UFC? Because a few years ago, it was kind of like mostly just Canadian guys. We weren't really seeing a lot of talent come out of there. But now we're seeing a lot of guys from BFL go on Contender Series, some guys going straight to the UFC. So it seems like we've got a good thing going there.
Yeah, exactly. So the Battlefield Fight League is the biggest event in Canada for sure. So it is international, right? It's like you see Brazilian, Persians, Canadians, like people from everywhere come to fight from other side of the country, from outside of the country, right? So they for sure, it's just on the beginning, right? It's just on the beginning for like making a lot of fighters for the UFC.
Yeah, I just wanted to get your thoughts on the main event between du Plessis and Chimaev. Who you got winning?
Oh, Chimaev for sure. So I like both of them. Both of them like a really cool guys, right? But Chimaev is savage, bro. God damn, man, that dude is unreal. So I'm team Chimaev on this fight. Done? Oh, thank you.
Khamzat, it's a big fight week, you know, your first opportunity to fight for a UFC title, and already you've got to see your opponent. You bumped into Dricus in the hotel. Talk to me about what that was like, and are you surprised he was so friendly and respectful?
What should he do? I don't know. I don't anything pressure, like, what is it, like, nothing personal, just we're doing our business, fighting and having fun. Doing some Twitter shit. I don't know how to do, but I try.
You're not bad, it's okay.
Yeah.
When you look at Dricus's fights in the UFC, which one do you think is his most impressive victory?
All of his last fights, he done good, done well, you know.
When we look at this fight, I think everyone expects round one to be crazy, right? You come out very aggressive. He's going to try and meet you. Do you expect the same thing? Do you think, hey, I'm just going to come out here and put it on him right away?
I don't know. We'll see in the cage, bro. So it's too early to think about these things. When I see his face, then it's different.
I saw in the UFC Countdown show that you were building a gym for children in Chechnya, but you didn't want to put a cage in the gym. Why is that? Why no cage?
No, they scary me. MMA is scary sport, you know, so we can't say, like, I don't think so. This MMA can be good for the kids because we're punching in the face, we're broking each other, you know, so grappling, kickboxing, boxing, all the sports in one sport, you know. This is amazing sport, but not for the kids. So I think kids should be like at least 15 years to train some different sports, you know. Boxing or judo or wrestling, grappling. There are a lot of different sports for the young boys, so that's why.
A lot of people are talking about this press conference tomorrow. If Dricus comes to the press conference and brings some of his Twitter shit with him and says some stuff to you, will that piss you off, or do you just still think it's just talking?
What did you say?
If Dricus comes tomorrow at the press conference and says things, calls you words and stuff like that, does that stuff bother you anymore, or do you just think, oh, it's just talk?
All the fighters talk, but nothing is gonna change here. Everyone has to fight in the cage anyway, so whatever he says, I don't care about. So I'm come here and to beat him up and take my money and go home.
Khamzat, right here. We just saw that video of you wrestling with Daniel Cormier in the lobby. How did that feel? How much did he weigh to pick him up?
We were just joking, you know. He's a great wrestler, great fighter. So always when I meet him, he's a good guy, great man, you know. So yeah.
Yeah. People talk a lot about your wrestling and going into this fight, and people sometimes look at the fights with Usman and Burns. And I think you've said in the past, right, that you've had challenges wrestling smaller guys, but the bigger ones, because that was who you trained with forever, that's easier for you. Do you feel like you're going to be able to manhandle Dricus in there?
I don't know, bro. So she's going to go for a fight, but Usman fight was good, and Gilbert fight was good as well, but bro, it's now new fights, new chance to better and get a better fighter. Those fights makes me better fighter as well.
Do you feel like Dricus's body type is the type you can have the most success with your grappling, that you're most used to?
Kind of, yeah.
We saw the custom shorts you had yesterday. You trying them on with the wolves on it. What did you think of those, and were they comfortable?
Yeah, all Venom clothes is comfortable. I'm working with them almost 2 years now, so they have a collaboration with me as well. So I like those stuff.
One of your teammates got a big win in a UFC contract last night at Dana White's Contender Series, and he was speaking how much it meant to train with you a bit in this camp. What did you just think of what you saw out of him last night and to see him signed?
He's crazy good, that guy. So he was all camp with me and doing sparrings and stuff. So I knew he gonna go there and take the contract. So he's a good future. He has a good future if he continues work hard like he does. So you're gonna get a new champion.
And if you win this fight, Khamzat, you'll be the 15th fighter in UFC history to win a title while undefeated. Only one of those finished their career still undefeated. That was Khabib. Do you feel like you can be the second and take this belt and take your whole career undefeated?
I don't care if I be undefeated or not, but whatever God wants, I'm ready for that.
And last thing, you said if you win this fight, you'd like to fight in Abu Dhabi in October, if possible. Do you think the UFC will be open to that? And who do you think would the most likely opponent be?
I don't know, but after the fight, we will see what's going on. But I'll first focus on this guy, and after that, we will see. And yeah.
Khamzat. Салам алейкум. Видео с тем, как ты пародировал на открытой тренировке Дрикуса с Дюплесси, сильно разошлось в интернете. Учитывая его необычный стиль, насколько сложно тебе было найти спарринг-партнера, который идеально бы его имитировал, и кто это был?
Да вообще никто не имитирует никого, я думаю. Никто не может быть каким-то другим человеком. И я никогда не искал человека, какого-то похож на этого соперника. Я делаю свои вещи. В борьбе там не особо имитировать будешь, если будешь лежать на полу. И в стойке я делаю свое.
В чем ты видишь главную опасность соперника?
Не знаю вообще, что сказать. Клетку увидим.
Тебя уже спросили про твои кастомные шорты. Вопрос, принимал ли ты участие в их разработке, или тебе просто прислали уже дизайн, ты сказал окей, или как вообще это было?
Ну, Venom, у него всегда красивые все вещи. Я с ними работаю, как я сказал, сейчас почти 2 года с контракта. У меня их с ними всегда красивые дела, я им доверяю, и так работает.
И последний вопрос. UFC каждый год проводит турнир в честь мексиканцев, Ночи UFC, но учитывая, что мексиканских чемпионов сейчас нет, в случае, если ты станешь чемпионом, как ты думаешь, стоит UFC провести турнир Ночи UFC, учитывая, что чеченцев в промоушене все больше и больше?
Ну, надеюсь, что как-нибудь будет такое. И надеюсь, что я там тоже буду участвовать. Никогда не выступал в своем родном, в своем родине. Хотелось бы.
Удачи в субботу.
Спасибо.
I know obviously you've got the fight this Saturday with Plessis, but obviously you've mentioned welterweight in the past as well. Is that something that you can still see yourself going back down to welterweight, or are you looking to just stick within it?
Just focus on this fight, but after that we will see. But we always have some different plans, but we'll see what's going on.
And who do you think is going to win in the fight between Jack Della and Islam?
It's a good fight, but a tough fight. I go a little bit more on Islam.
Khamzat, you walk around calm and collective. What has changed over the last few years of the way you handle yourself, and not so aggressive, but very calm and collective?
When you do the job long time, bro, so you become comfortable, you become calm, bro. So in the beginning, always like too excited, too hype up, so crazy things around happening, That's why, but then you become comfortable with your job, so whatever, just train hard, good confidence, and fight.
Mike over here.
Yes.
Obviously, you know, I don't think we expected you to be fighting at middleweight again
Yep.
after your last excursion. So I guess, you know, we've heard you say, you know, the politics at welterweight is what kind of led to this. But after your fight against Shara, did you think your next one would be a middleweight, or did you assume it would be back at 170?
Yeah, 100%. I assumed it was going to be back at 170. As I voiced that I wanted this is a one-off. It's seeming more and more that it's going to be more than even this fight now, potentially. It seems that there's just more opportunity. The welterweight seems to be congested, and I wanna be active. So if there are fights, I'm always willing to go back down. It's nothing to do with weight or anything. I can make whatever weight I need to. So yeah, but I do see there's a lot of opportunities and hungry fighters at the middleweight division.
If you do stick around at middleweight, do you think you could be more active than you were at welterweight, considering you don't have to cut that extra 15 pounds?
Oh, definitely. But at the same time, remember, I come from a competition circuit background where I'm fighting sometimes up to 21 times in one day. So, and that's at different weight divisions as well, or different styles of fighting. So, it's not the weight that stops me from performing. It's more to do if there's opportunities to take a fight. So, I like to be active, and it seems like middleweight will allow me to be more active.
You know, when Dustin Poirier made the jump from 145 to 155, he said it took him a while to feel like a lightweight rather than just a featherweight that stopped cutting weight.
Yeah.
So do you feel like a middleweight, or do you just feel like a welterweight that stops cutting at 185?
No, I completely agree with Dustin with what he's saying. I still don't quite feel like a middleweight. I feel like a welterweight that doesn't have to cut too much. And it's only because, again, I wasn't expecting to still be here. So I had the one fight, which was opportunistic. Styles made sense. So even though I'm giving away that kind of weight and power, I'm like, yeah, I know I'll handle myself with that one, in which I did. And then this one, I was already expecting to go back down. So again, I'm not really preparing myself for another middleweight division fight. And then this kind of last minute had to kind of change thought process. But again, I haven't really done the camp in a way that I would to just stay at middleweight. But like I said, maybe I have to just consider that now.
And then, like, kind of speaking on that, Jared is, one of the, just physically more imposing middleweights. He fought at heavyweight, and now he's
Definitely.
a very physical middleweight. And, pressure. He's like, I've seen interviews. He's like, I'm not trying to solve the MVP puzzle. It's just pressure. So
Yeah.
I guess, what type of fight are you expecting in there against Jared?
I am kind of expecting him to do, attempt to do exactly that. There'll just be a lot of oncoming traffic. Yeah, it's up to you if you want to run down that road while there's cars flying at you, and how long before you are permanently knocked over. So we'll see. I do believe he'll try and do that until it doesn't work. And then again, like I said, I've spoken to many people and said I turn a lot of people into wrestlers. And although he's not, he can wrestle. I've seen him wrestle before. That's never his first point to go to. But I definitely see him try to adopt more of the wrestling element.
And at welterweight, you would always say, speed kills, but at welterweight, you also had that power. Coming up to middleweight, I would assume you're right away one of the faster middleweights, just because you might just be smaller than those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess, how do you think your power translates up to middleweight too?
It doesn't. Them guys is tougher than a mud. It just means I have to be way more, and I've spoken about this as well. I have to be way more. I have to have way more output in comparison to the welterweight. Welterweight, I'm a sniper. I'm waiting for that right moment, and then I'll land my shot. Wait for the right moment, land my shot. Whereas in the middleweight division, I have to be a bit more aggressive on that front foot, landing combinations, and then come back out. Combinations and come back out versus just the one shot. Trying to in hope to kill these guys, because they are more than natural, especially Jared coming from heavyweight, but they are more than natural middleweights.
If you look at the two divisions, right, welterweight and middleweight, you don't have to get down to the individuals, but in terms of matchups and where you see like, oh, that could be a fun one, that could be a fun one, which division actually appeals to you more, politics aside?
I still think welterweight, and I think this is why my heart is still in the world. Again, there's so many talented fighters across the whole roster of the UFC. There's still great fights at middleweight. I'm not taking anything away from the guys at middleweight. There's exceptional fights. You just had an absolute beast just speak to you guys on the stage. So there's crazy fights to be had up here, but I don't know what it is maybe because I've just been there longer and I've studied maybe more of the fighters at welterweight that I just feel like that's the division and fights that I want.
Yeah. In terms of the politics, again, you don't have to necessarily get into the nitty-gritty of it, but is it just that you'll ask for a welterweight fight and they go, there just aren't any available right now, but we can offer you middleweight? Is that kind of how those talks go, or are they trying to maybe push without pushing you into the middleweight division because they prefer you there?
Again, I'm not really sure their motive. How I feel it kind of came about is when after that fight, I'm expecting a really good fight, and the fight that I was offered didn't make sense to me based on what I just did. Yeah. So I was like, I'll wait for someone to be available because they were basically everyone else is busy as to why they gave me this fight, and it was like in terms of ranking, you're talking somebody that's in the 20s. And I'm like, I just beat one of your prospects. Come on, give me someone that's an exciting fight. Didn't hear anything back, kept asking, didn't hear anything back, started calling people out, didn't hear anything back. And then I decided to give me someone at middleweight. And then I seemed to get names quickly.
And it's like Jared is one of those names that you're like, okay, he's a big guy, obviously, but there's a puzzle in that, right?
Yeah.
So does this one for you, maybe, okay, it's not the division you want, but still motivates you and excites you in one of those ways?
It excites me, again, one, because he's an exceptional athlete. He's fought everybody. It's, it adds to my credibility of people, when I'm looking down the line later of people that I have fought and then beaten. But also it's progression because he's ranked number 8 or 7, wherever he is. But it represents progression moving forward. So, I feel like even if I won this fight at middleweight and I went back down to welterweight, you have to still kind of give me people in and around that kind of level of ranking. So again, for me, it just made sense.
Yeah, and last one from me. Aaron Pico's making his debut. Similar situation, right? Came in from the outside, bit of hype around him. I don't know if you had a chance to speak to him, but if you had the opportunity to give him some advice,
I wouldn't.
You would not?
Because Lerone is my guy. It's my boy. I just wouldn't.
I respect that.
I just wanted to get your thoughts on Joe Rogan basically saying that he believes you're the biggest puzzle to obviously try and solve in the entire sport. I just wanted your response to that.
I've always thought Joe Rogan's a really smart guy. he knows some stuff, man. I do. Like I said, my style is it's a big puzzle simply because there's not many people that come from my style of background within MMA. So finding training partners is next to impossible. The closest person you're gonna find is Wonderboy Thompson. Me and Wonderboy Thompson are cool. Wonderboy Thompson's had people say, "Can you come and think?" Because I'm fighting MVP, and he's like, "No." And I'm the same. So if they come to me because they're fighting Wonderboy Thompson, no, I want him to win. So it's the same thing. So it's difficult just simply because there's less of us. Obviously, I love my style, but it's just because there's a scarcity, so people don't really truly understand it until they're right in front of us.
And obviously, not looking past the fight that you got on Saturday, but I know you're friends with Israel Adesanya.
Yeah.
Is obviously it's not happening.
Nah. Is that again? We are prize fighters, and I'm a person of respect. I can fight someone I respect highly, but you're gonna have to pay us a lot of money, bro. And I'm hoping this 7.7 billion deal does something for that. You know what I mean? Maybe. If I get given a lot of money, and I think it's same for him, we'd 100% be like, bro, let's just have a fight. But likeliness is not on the money they pay us, and I get paid nice.
Would you both have a full discussion first?
Yeah, 100%. We'll sit down and that's my boy. I can chat to him. Even when he's messaged me before this fight, when he heard I got this fight, he's like, "Bro, you're playing chess, bro. I love it. We talk. So yeah, I just see if I was approached with it, I'm going to him straight away. Did they approach you with this? He told me if he said yes, I'll be like, "What's your thoughts? How much are they giving you?" We have a conversation.
And obviously, he's fought Jared before as well.
Yeah.
So did he give you any pointers?
Yeah, to be fair, again, he kept saying just hit me up if you want to know anything. about it, or in terms of what he felt. And to be fair, I might do it now, like close to. I just hadn't done it as of yet. We spoke and didn't really speak about that. Speaking about other random stuff, but so yeah, maybe now, because again, my coaches are very detailed about opponents. So I feel like I know, and I have watched him a lot in terms of his career and stuff as well, and fights that he's had. So I feel like I have a good understanding, but yeah, I'll definitely probably reach out to him just before the fight.
And just last one, who have you got in the main event?
Man, it's a difficult one. I'm going to say Khamzat, and I've been telling absolutely everyone exactly the same thing. If DDP wins this fight, I am never betting against this man ever again in my life, because there's just, I feel like a lot of people feel the same way. There's something about his style that's not appealing but successful, and I think it's that not appealing side that keeps making us question his ability to win. But his special gift that we usually see through my kind of point style or Khamzat's wrestling, like you can kind of see the obvious. His not so obvious is probably just the fact that he knows how to be tough and grind out a win. That might just be his talent. You know what I mean? He's okay enough, well, like in terms of his mixed martial arts skill, to just figure out a way to success. And that might be his thing.
Hey, brother.
What's up?
Showman, right? Inside and outside the cage. I know with the Shara fight, you kind of made everybody pop with the I'm the captain now line. Ian Gary had the custom walkout song. I know you can't give too much away, but like, can we expect something pre and post fight?
To be fair, and just to be honest, with this one, there's a bit of a different, there has been a bit of a different mental shift. I do feel like, although it is still my personality, I was trying a bit too hard to be like, I'm MVP, guys. Remember this guy. I'm this guy. And like I said, I only realized that after that last fight that I am holding a weight of the UFC still, and I didn't need to. So this one, I just want to enjoy myself. And then once I kind of go through this one, then I'm gonna come back to and turn up the show. It will be a show still, but I haven't really prepped anything, so to speak. I got a couple little things, but not, you know what I mean, nothing that I'd normally do, because I just want to get back to the level of fighting that I know I can get to, and then once I've turned that back on, then yeah, the rest of the show comes back.
And then just one kind of outside of fighting, big hip hop guy? No, yes.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the Joyner Lucas and Skepta?
It's interesting because again, I'm into it all. Skepta's a friend of mine. Joyner, I'm a massive fan of. I think he's dope. The recent album I haven't listened to fully, but his last one, absolute fire. I've put it on repeat like crazy, and he's super talented. But it's difficult because American listening to a UK artist, they don't get it, and you won't understand certain things that he's talking about, and so on and so forth. And then the British guy, same in America, they'll hear something. Obviously, we'll probably hear things a bit easier because we listen to American music a lot more. So I feel than Americans are now. I think the UK is only recently popping in America, so we're getting a lot more talent that's kind of crossing over, but they're still not going to understand as much as we may understand. So it's difficult. And for me, Skepta is super talented, but not quite a rapper. He is a grime artist, and that genre of music is just very different. So again, it's fun for everyone to talk about and the crossover and stuff. But I'm a fan of both in their own spaces. And it's just a little bit of fun. I think everyone's getting hyped after the Drake and Kendrick, and then now everyone's just trying to jump on, and because it brings so much spotlight because we love beef. Like for some reason, everyone's just attracted to that beef. So yeah, for me, I'm just a fan of both, and I've listened to both sides. I wasn't massively impressed with either side. Like I didn't think anybody done anything crazy. It almost feels like they've shook hands and just been like, yeah, let's just he's promoting and he's got a new album dropping. Let's help me promote that, and it feels like that more than it does feel serious. So I'm just kind of like, yeah, just go back to the music. Cool.
Tim, over here.
Yes.
Well, we've seen the videos you put out on Twitter about having, nice view in Chicago and everything. So I guess how's fight week been for you since, touching down?
I mean, it's been really great. I haven't spent a lot of time in Chicago, but we stayed in Wicker Park the first couple nights. Super cool.
It's the best neighborhood.
Yeah, food was great. People super nice. Honestly, it couldn't be better. It's, they get better and better every time, honestly.
You've been around the sport for a long time. You fought on big cards. You fought in, the tough gym and everything. So I assume like the spotlight and everything isn't new to you. But a guy like Kai, when his name comes across, a guy, a lot of diehard fans have a lot of hype around him coming in, I guess. So what did you make of Kai as an opponent? Were you happy that you got this matchup?
I'm super happy about the matchup. I mean, I was in the UFC before USADA, and I'm in the UFC after USADA. So I fought on the big stages, on small stages, but honestly, fighting Kai is getting me a chance to be on the pay-per-view portion. I'm only fighting on the pay-per-view part because I'm fighting Kai. So, I owe him a little bit for that. I'm excited to be here, and I love that. But I've been around for a long time and rarely get a fight on a pay-per-view card. So, that's all him. That's all his doing.
You seem like someone that's, you watch MMA outside of the UFC, so, or maybe you don't, but I guess, did you know much of Kai before he did sign? Because, champion in another promotion in your weight class specifically.
I know a little bit about him. I know that he fought Hiramasa, who's a friend of mine, and we fought each other. And also, he fought my friend Juan Archuleta, who's cornered me in several fights. Cornered me when I fought Demetrius Johnson, one of my best friends. But I don't watch too much tape on guys anymore. It's kind of like a deterrent. When I watch my opponents, I only see the good things that they do, and when I watch myself, I only see the bad. So at this point in my career, I kind of just let my coaches do that. I try not to. I like to watch the fights, but I try not to analyze anything because I'm not a thinker. I'm a doer. I like to just go out and do. And if I put too much thought into it, it'll hinder me. So I know who he is, and I know he's a great athlete. I know he's a great fighter, but I've not watched too many of his fights, to be honest.
Going off of that, did you watch his last fight against Pantoja? Because he was in here and he said he wasn't used to the cage because he used to fighting into a ring, and now that he's got his feet wet, like fans should expect a different Kai Asakura.
Yeah, man, I would imagine it's very different. I feel like I would be the same way if I was fighting in a ring. I expect him to be the best version of himself that there is, and it's totally different, I suppose. I've never been in a ring before, but I mean, it's going to take more than one. But he's a fighter. At the end of the day, he's really good at it. Where we're fighting and how we're fighting is not going to make too much of a difference. It's not going to win or lose either one of us to fight. And he got guillotined, I think. So I don't know how the cage has anything to do with that.
Just last one for me. Normally when we see an American fighting someone of like Kai is very popular in Japan, and not just the Japanese fans, but like usually when it's someone fighting someone, like when you fought Makhachev, I assume there was a lot of Russian fans in your mentions and your DMs and everything. So I guess how have the Japanese MMA fans been treating you leading up to this one?
They're completely different. I get a lot. The Russians, I don't think they like me very much, but the Japanese fans I think they're just, it kind of give me a new excitement into fighting to see fans that are just fans of fighting. They don't really care about anything else, just that you fight and that you want to fight and that you can put on a good fight. So many people nitpick about everything, like, oh, your hair or your style or this is boring or that, but I've got none of that dealing with the Japanese fans. Not only that, it's really made me want to go and visit the country and see it firsthand. And I even tried to get involved with a sumo match with Kai after this fight in Japan because I have some beach wrestling experience. I'm a beach wrestling national champion, and it's similar to sumo a little bit. So it's I don't know. It's cool to see fight fans that are fans of fighting, and that's it. Nothing else really matters because that's what we're doing here. That's all it is, really.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to get your thoughts on the main event. Who you got between du Plessis and Chimaev?
Man, honestly, I keep going back and forth on it. Chimaev just looks so big and unstoppable. I'm going to go with Chimaev. I'm also a big fan of, he hasn't fought that many times, but every time that he's going to fight, I always kind of get excited to watch. But, I mean, it's going to be a tough fight. It's very interesting and exciting. I don't really know. If I was betting, Well, I don't know. I'm going to go Chimaev on that. I think he's just too big and too strong.
Excuse me. You've had 20 fights in the UFC, and obviously the division has changed a lot. How has the division changed, and how have you changed with it?
Man, I mean, forever they were going to do away with the division, and then I remember when there was only 4 or 5 guys in the whole division, but I always stood fast and tried to stick around. I could definitely fight at 135 pounds, but I feel like I was one of the guys that kind of paved the way in the UFC for flyweights. Me and John Dodson and Ian McCall. There wasn't that many guys, but it's different now because there's a bunch of savages here. It's one of the most exciting. It's always been exciting, but now you got some stars in there, and the title has changed from Mighty Mouse being the reigning champ to Pantoja now, and it's really kind of open, and nothing's set in stone with who's going to be the champ, and there's so many good guys. I seen that on my season of The Ultimate Fighter, all these savages from different countries in there. So I don't know. I'm glad I stuck with it, and I feel like my legacy may not be the greatest, but I'm always going to be one of those guys that help keep this division around.
And then your last fight was in December 2023. Are you at all worried about ring rust and kind of being rusty when you step in there against Kai on Saturday?
Man, I'm worried about so many things, but ring rust isn't really one of them. There's not very many things on this planet that I feel confident that I could do, but on my deathbed, I can fight for 15 minutes, I feel like. And even if I don't have the cardio to support it, I'm still going to be able to go in there and give a good performance no matter what. I'm definitely getting older, and I'm starting to feel my age, but the drive and the want to fight, it's not even the want to be a champion or the want to win. I like to fight, and if it wasn't getting paid in the UFC, it would be in a Denny's parking lot. So I'm just lucky enough to be one of the guys that's been able to make a living doing something that he loves.
You're still ranked number 11 in the division.
That's crazy. I haven't fought in like 600 days. Like, what are these guys doing?
If you were to beat Kai on Saturday, is there anybody else in the top 10 that you would want to fight?
I mean, there's lots of guys that I want to fight. I kind of hate that, everybody kind of looks down on like gatekeepers, but I think that's a fair assessment for me. Like, if you can't beat Tim Elliott in the flyweight division, you should not be allowed to be in the UFC. Like, I'm okay with that. The problem with this fight is I feel like Kai's fought Pantoja, and now he's got to fight me. It's 2 tough guys in a row. I'm not saying that he couldn't come back from it, but 2 losses in a row really hurts that guy. I feel like I'm not going to be the guy that's going to be the UFC champion, and even if I was, it would be, taking something from some young guy who's trying to get to where I am. All I want to do now is put on exciting fights and enjoy what I'm doing and make some money. But there's tons of guys in the top 10 that I want to fight.
We'll just follow up on that in the front right here, other side.
Oh, shit.
Did you say you don't think you would be UFC champion? Is that what you said?
It's not that I don't think it. It's just that's not my goal is not try to be champion of the world. I don't necessarily care about that. My money's the same. I just want to put on good performances and have exciting fights and be able to support my family with this, this job that I've had since 2010. It's taken me a lot of places, but the most important thing is I've got to spend so much time with my daughter. I never had to have a babysitter or any of that, and the UFC allowed me to do that.
here. You know, the last few fights, you know, Dan Ige and Josh Emmett, and those were ranked guys that were kind of moving you up to this division. Now you get a guy that's not technically ranked in Aaron Pico, but some would say probably outside of a title fight might be the biggest name in the UFC featherweight division. So I'm curious, like, do you agree with that assessment, and what do you make of you know, Aaron as an opponent?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think rankings have anything to do with it. Most of the time, they don't mean anything. So everybody knows his level in the world, and he's got a big name. So for me, he's ranked number 3. That's how, or whatever. That's how I'm looking at it. And it's a solid opponent and a great matchup.
Did you watch much of Aaron in Bellator and PFL and everything when he was over there? Because he is that unique. He didn't have a career before Bellator. He was 0-0 when he signed with Bellator. So I guess how much of him did you watch back then?
Yeah, I watch MMA across the board. I'm an MMA fan. So yeah, I've watched his fights from earlier. I've watched his wins. I've watched his losses. So yeah, I know about him.
You know, when he was in here and he said, you know, he's now officially, he can feel like a UFC fighter, because for so long fans would come up to him and he'd tell them he trains MMA and they think he's in the UFC. They never heard of Bellator. They never heard of PFL. We've seen guys like, you know, Pitbull came over and Patchy Mix came over, and there might have been UFC jitters, like maybe the spotlight got to them. So I'm curious, do you think that that's real, and do you think Aaron would even feel that? Because he seems like a guy that has been in the spotlight since before he even moved over to MMA.
Yeah, well, like I said, everybody's different. Everybody handles pressure differently as well. So I'm not banking on that to happen, but it's a possibility. This is the biggest show in the world, and what an arena to make your debut. So yeah, that could play a factor. It could be a factor, and yeah, this is the place to be. The UFC, biggest fight organization in the world. You go back to like the likes of Patchy Mix and stuff like that. I just think that comes down to matchup, and also these other guys that have come over that have not performed may not have been in the prime. I think Aaron Pico's in his prime, so I expect to see the best version of him.
I don't know if you followed when the drama with the PFL. A lot of fighters were asking for their release, and you know, Pitbull was asking for it, Pico was asking for it. I'm curious, did you pay attention to that? And if you did, and you saw that was happening, did you think like, oh, I might have to be matched up with these two within the next 12 months?
Yeah, for sure. I've seen that happening, and I always know that guys are going to eventually end up in the UFC. This is the place MMA fighters want to be. Yeah. So when I seen that happening, I knew it was a possibility. And the cream rises to the top. So I knew from when I seen him fight years ago, I knew that one day he'll be in the UFC as well.
And this is, you know, relatively, I guess, short notice, because you didn't, you know, he was supposed to fight in July and now he's fighting in August. Did you know so I guess how far back in advance did you know that you might be fighting Aaron Pico on this card?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. So 2 weeks of training. But like I've said in previous interviews, I train all year round. I'm a true professional. So for me, it's not getting off the couch or not coming back from injury or whatever. I've been training, so I'm ready to go.
And there are some fighters that have that mindset, that like the short notice, because they don't have to think about Aaron Pico for 9, 11 weeks doing interviews, being like, oh, what do you think of Aaron Pico 12 weeks before the fight? So do you prefer these kind of short notice ones?
I think it's got pros and cons, short notice. Obviously, I believe I'm a technician, so the longer I can study somebody and work on certain things, the better. But in terms of your body and health, like your body health, a 12-week camp's a long time, and he's been training for a 5-round fight, so I'm sure he's carrying bumps and bruises. I don't know, but yeah, mentally, I don't want to be waking up thinking about this same guy for 12 weeks. So that's a blessing. I feel good physically and mentally, so yeah, we're all good.
Just last one for me. When Aaron was in here, he's saying, you know, we asked him, like, did the UFC promise you a title fight with a win here? And so our same question, did the UFC promise or make any promise to you about possibly fighting for the belt with a win over Aaron Pico?
I don't know. I've just got to win and see.
When you got the call for the Aaron Pico fight, what made you accept it? And since you are ranked in the division number 6, and he's not ranked at all, what does this do for your career moving forward if you do win?
Yeah, for me, it's a big card and a big spot. on a big card, pay-per-view card, co-main event. Like, how can I turn that fight down? And obviously, he's got a big name. It's not like it's a nobody coming into the UFC and they're asking me to fight. I mean, this is a big name that I'm fighting. And beating Aaron Pico is going to put me into that #1 contender spot. He was supposed to fight Movsar, like you know, and Movsar got hurt or sick or whatever happened. But so I'm the replacement now. So this is the #1 contender fight.
Aaron's been finished in 3 of his last 4 fights. Not 3 of the last 4 fights, but 3 of his last 4 losses, sorry. And one of them was by injury. Are you looking for a finish in this fight, or are you just looking to win by any means?
I would always love to finish a fight, always, but however I win, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to come out with a win and put on an exciting fight, and that's my goal.
Lerone, sorry. You win this fight, you'll be in a very small group of fighters who have never lost in their first 10 UFC fights. That includes Khabib Nurmagomedov, Anderson Silva, some of the all-time greats. I guess, what would that mean to you to get into that special echelon of fighters who went 10 fights to start their career without a loss?
Yeah, it sounds cool. It sounds cool on your resume, but my ultimate goal is to get to the title. So whatever happens to get there, it happens. I just need to reach my goal, and that's it.
Yeah. Do you feel like you're not getting your respect for what you've done coming into this fight? Like, we see Alexander Volkanovski is kind of picking, some shots at Pico and stuff, saying you'd mop the floor with him. Doesn't really seem to be talking too much about you. What do you make of that?
It don't really bother me, to be honest. I think from what I've seen, they've had a back and forth. Well, Pico's come out and said some things about you beat Alex Volkanovski, and he's just responding. So to me, that's all noise to me. I've got to focus on the fight on Saturday night.
Yeah, Lerone. I'd asked Aaron this question as well. What is your opinion? I know you said you got to focus on the fight and you don't pay too much attention in the background, but like, obviously the fans are loud, they're in the building, and like you kind of embraced it in the Josh Emmett fight in the Apex. You said, come on, like, bring it on, boo me, right? We seen with the Patchy mix and the Mario Batista fight, it was kind of that scenario where one guy was getting booed, the UFC guy, and the Bellator guy came in. But as soon as the fight played out, the script got flipped, and all of a sudden they're cheering for Mario Batista. So on your end, like, when you come out to the press conference tomorrow, are you expecting to be booed? Are you expecting cheers? Or does it not matter to you at all?
Mate, I probably prefer to get booed, to be honest. I got booed in my debut fighting a Russian fighter in Abu Dhabi, and that just give me fire. You feel like you're fighting for your life, and that's when you switch on. You get what I'm saying? So I don't mind if I get booed or cheered. It doesn't matter to me. For me, I'm fighting on enemy territory. He's American, right? So I'm more than likely going to get booed, if anything.
I was just going back to the Josh Emmett fight. Like, when you're in the cage and, like, especially if it gets amplified in an arena like that, you go in there with a strategy, and like with a guy like Josh Emmett, you're trying not to get, hit by that big hook or that big overhand.
Of course.
In an arena, when it does get amplified like that, is there a part of you that's like, oh man, I'm ready to just like throw down and, you know what, like, fuck it, I'm going to play into the crowd a little bit? Or are you 100% locked in on that game plan?
I think I'm laser focused, I'm properly laser focused. For me, once I'm in that cage, I feel like it goes silent. It's like it's silent, and all I see is me and him. I don't even see the crowd, and I'm locked in. So for me, that's not going to bother me. I've been there, fought in front of big crowds, you get me? So.
Just over here, obviously, I know you got the co-main event, your fight to think about.
Yes.
But I just want your thoughts on the actual main event. Who you got in that one?
Oh, it's a massive fight, great fight, and part of me, not even wishes, but part of me wants to be a fan in attendance to watch that fight. It's a great fight, but I don't know. It's very 50-50. Khamzat seems like an anomaly to me, the way he's dominated everybody. I seen a stat before that nobody's lasted over a minute without getting taken down from him. So we'll see what happens in that fight. I just want to see a good fight.
Just a couple from me over here.
Yeah.
Were there any other fights in the works for you before you took this opportunity against Pico?
No, I've been asking for a fight. Obviously, wanting to stay active from not fighting in the whole of 2022. Since that happened, it's just changed my whole mindset. I want to be active as much as possible before this thing's done. So, was waiting on the UFC to give me an opponent, but it seemed like everybody in front of me was injured, and this was the best opportunity possible.
Gotcha. And then on the Pico fight, taking this opportunity on with 3 weeks' notice and all that, you've been quoted as saying, "A fighter like me who's quiet and whatnot, I've got to take these chances." Do you believe a lack of being quiet and outspoken and hitting social media like a lot of these other fighters do, you think that's cost you some opportunities in the UFC?
Yeah, for sure, and that's kind of a lesson to these up and coming fighters. You have to do the work away from the cage as well. You can't just rely on that. It's a harder road, it's a longer road without doing that. So if I was to raise a bunch of fighters, I'd have them on that kind of stuff from early. You need to do it nowadays.
I mean, fans are starting to wake up to your skill set, and for those that like don't know who you are, like, what's one thing you wish people understood about Lerone Murphy?
I don't know. Just that's a hard question, but it's a good question. But for me, people always judge me and whatnot. But it's like, bro, I started this thing late. I'm fighting all these guys that have been doing this from young. I started this at 22 years old, yeah, and I'm number 6 in the world now, fighting co-main event, and still undefeated. So what can anybody say about that? Thank you.
Geoff, over here. Yes. What's up, man? You know, Carlos was in here earlier, and we asked him, like, was he happy that this was the fight that was rebooked, considering, you know, it didn't happen back in Miami? And he said yes, because it makes sense. It's an exciting fight. Our styles, you know, they can lead to, like, what the fans want. So, I guess, were you happy that they rebooked this fight with Carlos?
Yeah. I was kind of disappointed. After I had to pull out, he fought Ian Gary, and I was, like, kind of disappointed because I was like, if he beats Ian Gary, I'm never going to get that fight back. So, he lost, and now we're fighting.
Was it just because, you know, you put in time to prepare for him, or you didn't want that wasted, or was it like you saw what he saw and you're like, this could be something big?
Like, once I get my mind set on fighting somebody, I want to go through with the fight. You know what I mean? I had to pull out a couple fights before, but I always got that fight back. So I just like, I've been thinking about beating you up for months, and now I don't get to beat you up. So let's do it sometime.
He was also in here, and he was saying, you know, in the Ian fight, he was, you know, maybe he was thinking too much about the knockout, because everyone was saying, you know, they kept bringing up his knockout streak and all these violent tendencies, and he goes, you know, maybe he forgot it was an MMA fight and there's grappling involved and everything. So are you expecting maybe a different Carlos in there after going through that fight with Ian, or, you know, when the cage closes, you're expecting the same crazy Carlos Prates?
Who knows? I'm ready for whatever. I don't expect him to try to grapple me. I don't know if that, like, I don't expect him to do that, but I feel like we're just going to sit in the middle of the cage and just beat each other up.
And, you know, I heard a couple of interviews you do yesterday, and you said something along the lines of, you know, you're preparing for a one-round fight here, and you want to knock him out in the first. And so I guess, is that something you see from Carlos that you can take advantage of, or is it just confidence in your own abilities, or is it a little combination of both?
Combination of both. You know what I mean? He's a good fighter. He's a tough fighter. I'm not saying I finished him in the first round like he's a trash fighter. You know what I mean? He's still top-level, high-level fighter, but I feel like I got what it takes to take him out in the first round.
You know, coming up early next year, I think it'll be 8 years in the UFC for you. Damn. So, like, based off that reaction, like, do you feel like a vet at this point, or do you still kind of feeling like the guy that's trying to climb this division?
Slowly starting to get there. Monday I was in the workout room, and a fighter that's making his debut, he's like, man, can I get a picture with you? And I was like, oh, man, I'm old. I need that belt right now.
Isn't that the worst?
Yeah. No problem.
Geoff, just when Carlos was in here too, he was kind of saying that, you know, different from his previous fights. Like he's not just searching for the knockout, searching for the finish. He needs to win this one. Does that, I guess, affect what you think he might do in there? And do you think he might try to throw you a curveball?
I mean, I guess I'm gonna practice some get-ups tonight. Like I don't
Maybe
know,
not
I don't know
that
what that means, but yeah, I guess I need to work on some jits tonight, just in case you try to take me down.
When you hear guys say stuff like that, like, "Oh, I'm coming in with a different game plan," do you kind of have to take that into consideration, or does part of you think once you're in there and the firefight starts going, you're going to revert to what you're best at and what you're good at?
Yeah, that and he might be bullshitting, might trying to get me worried about takedowns and for some of my hands stay low so he can throw something over the top. I don't know what to expect. I'm just gonna be ready for anything.
Hey, Geoff. Did you check in with Bilal Muhammad this week?
Nah.
he's been saying a lot of guys need to check in with him. This
I can't find him. He's hiding. No.
Is that a fight? I know we talked about it before after your last one, but now that he doesn't have the belt anymore, are you even interested in that fight?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that'll be a good fight. Just gotta win on Saturday and see where I'm at after that.
And then, what was your opinion on the new Sleep Token album?
It was all right. I liked a few songs. The album the song that I'm walking out to, Hypnosis, that's my favorite album by far. But the new album's pretty good.
Here. Sean Brady actually picked you not just to win, but to beat Carlos Prates, like knock him out, which is wild given that you want to fight him. Do you still want that fight? And what does it mean to you that he actually said that?
Yeah, I appreciate it, but I'm gonna knock Carlos out and then he's next.
Is that what you're aiming for next, Sean Brady?
No, that's a joke. It's whoever. You know what I mean? I don't have a. You know what I mean? I was thinking Leon Edwards after Carlos, but it's wherever fate takes me.
A lot of people looking at your fight as a possible fight of the night, right?
Yeah.
Are you hoping, maybe expecting a war with Carlos, or are you just hoping for maybe a performance bonus, and not a fight of the night bonus?
I'm hoping for a performance, but a fight of the night is good too, as long as I get my hand raised.
Geoff, right over here, just one question for me. Just really curious, for those that maybe don't know much about you or your opponent, why is your fight a must-see?
It's a must-see. We're two heavy hitters. We don't shy away from an exchange, and it's just going to be a high octane and fast-paced.
Just over here. Obviously, there's a change within the division with Islam moving up. I just wanted your thoughts on that.
I really don't care. Like, you know what I mean? Outside of fighting, I don't really pay attention to too much shit. You know what I mean? I lock in on my opponent. So like that's all I'm really worried about right now is beating this dude up, and we'll see what's up after.
And obviously, with the main event happening, who do you have in the main event between du Plessis and Chimaev? Obviously, you did mention you don't really pay much attention.
Yeah, but for some reason I like du Plessis. I want him to win. You know, do for Africa.
You've had hard wars, finishes, and decision. What's harder, breaking the guy mentally or physically?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Like you've had many finishes, decisions, and been through a lot of wars. Like what's harder, breaking some guy physically or mentally?
Mentally, I would say. Like physically, I can just hit you in the chin and you crumble. But mentally, you know what I mean? Like a lot of fighters in the UFC, they're strong. You got to be strong mentally to get here. So that's a little harder.
And the last question, got to ask, your hands are still. Don't blink because.
I'm going to knock him out. Yeah? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Salutations.
Jared over here. I saw the interview where you said, maybe this fight wasn't the one you were looking for against MVP, but you can appreciate it as like a martial arts competition because of what he brings. So I guess now that you've had time to, put in a full camp and watch some tape on MVP, I guess, what do you make of him as an opponent overall?
The same thing I make of any other opponent. Target acquired. Yeah, that's it.
He was in here and he was saying he fully expected to go back to welterweight after his fight against Shara, and he wasn't getting fights at welterweight. They offered him the fight at middleweight, so he said he still kind of feels like a welterweight. So he hasn't had time to maybe put on weight for middleweight, and he's fully expecting you to have the strength advantage and everything like that. So I guess, how do you see this fight actually playing out when you do get in there?
I love it when you guys ask that question. How do you see the fight playing out? I don't, theoretically, I don't know. I see myself winning. That's the only way I see myself to see the fight playing out. That's the only thing I want to envision. I don't want to think like, well, this could happen or that could happen. That's already been taken into account before I even signed the contract. You know what I mean? So I see myself winning. Pressure, making him miss. If he throws, but it's going to be pressure, action if he goes, action if he doesn't. I want to put my hands on him, and if I get my hands on him, I'm going to put him down.
It's been a while since we've got to see you on like a big pay-per-view main card. It's been, Fight Night, main events, and Apex. So I guess, how important was it for you to, get back to this position on such a massive card? And just timeline-wise, it seems like you're on the same timeline as a lot of these other middleweights competing.
I don't think about it that way. Back on these cards, have I been taken down a peg or two being on the Apex main event or something? Is that the general consensus? Okay. Well, because I thought I've been doing good, to be honest. So it's a result of my work, being on a card of this caliber. This is a high-profile card. I see where you're going. Now I see where you're going with that. But it's a high-profile card, and it's like you said, fruits of my labor, So, yeah, I'm definitely appreciative of the opportunity to compete on this card, especially with the middleweight strap on the line. And I'm going to go out there and show the world again that I'm still here, I'm still dangerous, and I'm only getting better.
Jared, when you look at this fight with Michael, it would seem that he has the ability to kind of frustrate his opponent sometimes with the way he keeps his range and the way he keeps his distance. Do you therefore think you might have to really try to keep your patience and composure, or is actually the antidote to him is to not keep your patience and really be aggressive to try and stifle that movement? Which way do you have to play it?
A little bit of both, like patient pressure. Me personally, I don't want to give him the time, era, opportunity to do any of that awesome shit we've seen him do throughout his career. So pressure, but I definitely don't want to rush into anything because he's a master at making people overextend and then catching them while they're trying to extend. So patient pressure. So I have to be. It's going to be all about. For me, it's been all about movement, how I'm going to be moving in there, the effects that it's going to have on my positioning, as well as the effects that it's going to have on my opponent.
You've obviously been doing this for a while now. Is it kind of fun when you get someone like this across the desk, because it's a different sort of puzzle and it gives you a chance to be more creative and maybe try new aspects of your game? Does this sort of excite you at this point?
There is an element of excitement. I'm excited with any fight. Every fighter brings something different to the game. So the difference here is pretty dramatic, I suppose, given his style. So, but he isn't the first person I've encountered with a style like that. So, patient pressure. I was about to go, man. Y'all better. Shit.
Obviously, we got the middleweight championship fight for the main event. But who do you have in
I don't pick fights. I do not pick fights. I can analyze them. We've all seen the analysis. We've all heard what the people have to say. So I don't think I need to add my 2 cents into that. So I'm excited. I would like to watch it, but they turn around and ship us fighters homes after fights. So I might have to stream it.
And also, Joe Rogan said that he believes that MVP is like the biggest puzzle to solve in the entire sport. I just wanted to see your opinion on that and if you agree with that statement.
No. I think he's been successful in what he's been able to do. The biggest, everybody wants the EST at the end of something, you know? And if they ain't going for that, they want to be a GOAT. So I don't even want to get into that pissing contest. Who's the biggest? Who's the bestest? Who's the baddest? You know, that's for everybody else to determine. I don't even want to go into that conversation. I feel like I would have to lessen myself to even think in that regard. So, next question.
You're ranked number 9 in the middleweight division, yet you're the underdog in this fight against Michael Venom Page. Do you feel underrated and underappreciated?
No. What people think about me is of no consequence. So, no. This isn't the first time. It probably won't be the last because I still got miles to go.
That doesn't motivate you at all, or are you already motivated as it is?
I mean, if I wanted to let it motivate me, I'd be like, you see what they're saying about me? I'm going to kick their ass. But you see how stupid I look saying that shit? So I'm a grown-ass man. I'm 41 years old, so I don't play games. I don't join in any of the reindeer games. That's what I see. When I watch TV, those are reindeer games going on. When you guys ask me some of these questions about the reindeer games, I feel like I got to lower my brain, lessen my thinking ability, and become smaller and lessen myself on how I see myself to even think like that and answer your questions. So I can't even remember the question, but I'm great.
And then just last thing, Chicago hasn't had a UFC main card since 2019, and they're known as a very lively crowd. Are you excited to perform in front of a Chicago crowd?
I'm always excited to perform and walk out with a crowd. Something about this whole thing feels reminiscent of my debut in the middleweight division. So hopefully the arena gives me that same energy. Hopefully the fight goes better than it did that night, and it'll be cool, man. It's going to be a good night for sure.
Just right here, Jared, real quick. Obviously, MVP's competed at welterweight before, you being a heavyweight. I know you don't want to give away strategy, all that type of stuff. You can't predict the fight, but is it at least something that you need to go in there and test if he can handle your strength that you bring down from a heavyweight? And he says, he doesn't even feel comfortable in this weight class yet.
To be honest, it's not something that I want to test. It's something I'm going to impose.
Yes.
Good one, Mike.
What's up, everyone? How you guys doing?
So, man, obviously not the first time you've experienced the UFC Fight Week, so I guess, what's it like, Ben, this time around, having to sit on the secret that you're fighting and everything like that?
This time, it's a lot easier. I feel like there's a lot more things that go into it. I'm enjoying the food and the nutrition and having the Performance Institute take care of everything. It's been awesome. You know, I feel like I never left. Everybody's been saying I'm making my debut, but you know, I don't know. Can you have 2 debuts, or how does that work?
Does it feel like a new debut for you, or does it just feel like a continuation from the first run?
You know what? It feels like a continuation from the first run, but it also feels like a new path of it. You know, like I get to, you know, prove myself in a different way this time, and you know, I'm excited to be back, and you know, I feel like the biggest thing that I could take from this time compared to last time is I'm enjoying this a lot more, like enjoying the media. I'm enjoying the whole photo shoot, the whole process. You know, it's just, I feel like it's a bigger deal, and it's just like more important. Like the little things are more important this time.
Did you not enjoy it the first time?
You know what? Like as growing up, was never a fan of like all the cameras and doing all the interviews and talking like that. So like I just feel like this time it's a little bit more comfortable. Just be yourself. I felt like when I was a 22-year-old, you got to be a certain way, or you got to say certain things for people to like you. And now it's just like, you know, if people like you, they like you. If not, then fuck them.
For someone that doesn't like cameras and you know, being in the house for so long, surrounded by all those, what was that experience like?
The house was great. You know, it was funny because like I got home and you kind of get used to the cameras and like seeing everything, or you start having a conversation and a camera would pop up in your face. And so like when I got home and I was having conversations, you could look. I'm like making sure like there's not people around me, and but it was cool. It was a good experience.
And, you know, looking at your resume, you might not have been as active on the resume, but you know, fighting all that time in the Ultimate Fighter, it's like every few weeks you got to fight. So I guess what was the time away from the UFC like, just as, you know, competing not as often, but then going into the Ultimate Fighter?
You know, I feel like the second fight was a little bit harder than the first fight. You know, you kind of go in and you have all this like adrenaline, and you dump it the first fight, and then the second fight you're kind of just like, oh well I guess I gotta fight again, you know, and like it didn't feel like as exciting, and you kind of just have to still have that same mindset, like no, the second fight is still just as important as the first fight, and you know, just make sure you're continuing the same steps, and you know, I was able to come out victorious, and I was excited.
Did you feel any added pressure in there, being, you know, the former UFC fighter in the Ultimate Fighter?
You know, I was doing an interview earlier, and somebody asked me, they asked me that same question, and you know, I didn't. I felt like I was a dark horse because I took that layoff after the 3 fights, and you know, there's all these active guys, and you know, Eduardo Chapolin was one of the top favorites to win the show. You know, Alibi is an undefeated prospect, and you know, I fought Imanel, and Imanel's 5-0 with all finishes. So like, you got all these guys that were, you know, coming in with all this hype, and then there was me that was coming off a layoff. So I feel like I kind of rode in there as like the underdog and the dark horse, and nobody really got to see me going.
And just last one for me, you know, usually when you get these young fighters, they come in, they have the UFC belt like in mind, and they want to get there as quickly as possible, and they see how fighters act, and that's how they want to do it. I'm not saying you did that the first time, but you know, some fighters, they come back around and it's a totally different mindset going in because they know what to expect. Have you experienced that? And you know, can you compare your approach and like your goals this time around compared to when you were first in the UFC?
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you want to be like this person or this character, like when you're, you know, when you see it from a young age. Like I grew up watching the fights, and so like when I got there, I was like, oh well, I need to be this guy for this, you know. And now it's just like there's no added pressure. Like I'm not putting as much pressure on myself. You know, obviously this is still as important, maybe even more. But just treating every fight like a big fight, and you know, taking it serious the whole time. And you know, yeah, I took like that year off, but I've been working my ass off, and you know, my coaches, my team, my family, everybody can attest to that. Like I've stayed in this game. I've been coaching. I've been helping out. I've been training, and just, you know, I'm ready for this.
Back in back in 2018, in your first stint with the UFC, you suffered a loss to Figueiredo. Did you learn anything from that fight, and did that help you grow?
I learned a lot from that fight. That was the first time I had lost a fight in I don't know how long, like since high school wrestling. So to just be able to take that, I feel like the loss aged pretty well. I mean, he kind of went on to, he had a good run, you know, like, you know, he's still one of the top dogs in the fight game. So to just be able to take that and learn from that experience and learn like, hey, like, there's different levels and you got to, reach each level before you go in and taking these big fights against those guys, and just be ready for everybody. Like treat every UFC fight like that's a championship fight. Like that's what I'm going in here and doing.
What's your biggest growth since your first UFC stint around 2018?
I think just mentally, honestly, like the mental aspect of it, the spiritual aspect of it, and just, having everything in tune. Like you can't have, I feel, to me personally, like I feel like you can't have a good performance like if your outside life isn't doing good. Like if you're not making the right decisions, like, just different things. And then just like treating everything like, hey, when I got cut, like I had to tell myself like, what are you gonna do? Like, who are you gonna be? And I just had to be, myself. I had to be a husband. I had to be a father, and now I got 2 kids, and I just want to show them like, hey, dude, like, even though you had a rough patch, like you can't give up on yourself.
Since showing that adversity, does that motivate you more now to do better and prove yourself to the world?
100%, 100%. Like I'm focused, and this is what I care about. I don't need to fight, but I want to. I want to achieve my goals. I want to achieve my dreams. Like I'm not giving up on this yet.
Just one quick one for me.
Yeah.
Having kids now, having a family, something to fight for, a purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has that changed? Looking back at your first run, has it changed your priorities completely, or have you just had to tweak things here and there?
I just had to tweak a little bit. Like just having that balance of like, yeah, like not prioritizing everything like super like crazy. Like when I have time to spend with my family, like be 100% involved. Like if I'm with my oldest son, like I'm with my oldest son, and trying to get him involved in my training too. Like even though, maybe I'm busy training, like having him in the gym, teaching him like, hey, this is like what you need to do. Like not to just be a professional athlete, but to just be a healthy human being. Like you got to work out every day. You got to eat right. You got to, stay busy and do good things like for yourself. Yeah. That's it. All right, cool. Thank you guys.
Well, Dricus, big fight, big.
I don't like to screw with tradition. Done it since the first one, and it's been going well. So.
It's fair play. It's a big fight week, massive fight, and already the fans are buzzing. You got to bump into your opponent in the hotel lobby. Curious, if anything, what you are able to take away from that interaction.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, like you saw, he's 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Basically, I walked into Godzilla. That's what I had to take away from that.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. He was super respectful, and like I always said, if my opponent is respectful, I'll be respectful before the fight. And it looks like there won't be any antics unless something changes. But it was great. I mean, it's good to see that my opponent's healthy. All the questions: is he going to show up? It never bothered me, but I know it was a question for everyone. And the fact it's not only the fact that I prepared for him and now I'm fighting somebody else. That doesn't bother me. I'm a complete fighter. I think it's the hype of this fight. People want to see the two best fighters in the world go at it. And that's why this fight is so big, because it's truly, and a lot of times it's just not possible to get the two best guys right now because one is injured. And sometimes the two best guys in the world don't want to fight each other. Yeah, because it's tough. There can be only one winner. I want to fight the best in the world, and now people are going to see it. I mean, we're 2 days out. There doesn't seem to be anything that's going wrong. I mean, the weigh-ins need to happen, but all things are looking great. We're here in fight week, myself versus Khamzat, and that's what the fans wanted, and I'm super excited for this.
Yeah. So we kind of could make a good guess what we're expecting from him, right? He takes these massive shots from across the ring, very aggressive, very deep takedown attempts. So with that respect, I can imagine it's almost quite hard to deter him from doing that, right? Like you can't really fake a knee, and he's going to go to the wrestling. So for you, do you have to basically mentally think, I'm embracing it, I might even be aggressive in that to try and get into those positions early to maybe use that as a way to deter him from going back to them?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you can go out there, and a lot of guys have made this mistake fighting him, going in and saying, I need to watch out for that. He's going to shoot. I need to be ready. I have to watch out. And then they don't do anything until he does shoot and gets them down anyway. You have to go out there and fight. Man, didn't you train? I understand that he's really good at wrestling and he's really good on the ground, but I mean, that is the game, I guess, right? It's almost, if you're fighting Israel Adesanya, are you going to start on your bum and try to butt scoot? No, you're going to have to fight him. That is how it is. And that's truly how I feel about this fight. Yes, he is going to shoot. And yes, he is probably going to take me down. But I'm going to shoot too, and I'm probably going to take him down. And I'm going to strike, and I'm probably going to hit him, and he's going to strike and probably hit me. I'm not scared of any of that. I go into any fight with that mindset that you might get hit. You're definitely getting hit. You might get taken down. What do you do after that? I don't go into this fight and look at what Khamzat does so great. I am aware of it and I know it. And obviously when it came to training, I had to get that aspect perfect on the wrestling and grappling aspect. But I'm not going out there to fight his fight. I'm going out there to do what Dricus does. And that is be a world champion.
I also assume you mentioned about getting the wrestling and grappling right in training. The pace, right? We're all kind of assuming this first round is going to be like two cartoon characters sort of fighting in a ball of dust. Do you expect that? And do you have to almost set the pace early rather than wait for him to come and do that to you?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm going out there to fight the way and see what happens. He didn't change his game plan with Robert Whittaker because it was a 5-rounder. So that kind of gives you the sense that he's not going to think about the 5 round where he should be. 5 rounds is a long time. And I am not scared to get into that dark place. We've seen that. If we go full speed, I can fight tired all day. And I've done that many times. So let's go for it. Let's get it from the first bell to the last. Let's go full speed and see who quits.
Of all the descriptions and memes about your fighting style, which is your favorite that you've heard or read?
World champion.
And lastly, I know it's been respectful week so far, but this press conference is coming up tomorrow. I'm curious if you have your traditional harrowing childhood trauma from him that you can bring up tomorrow if he does get a bit disrespectful.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I can't practice these things, guys. People always they're pretty certain that I practice these things. I can't. I mean, that is as we would say, fire banter around the fire. And if it's in the moment, it's funny. If it's predetermined, it's kind of cringy to me. So I have to do it in the moment. That's the only way I would know if there's something. I would say it the way I hear it. And up until this point, it looks like that won't be necessary. I think it might be just about the fight, which is also great. I mean, the fight's hype is already there. It's big enough. There's no need for fake beef. There's no need to try and... But if that's the route he wants to go, let's do it.
And just to confirm, you do drive a race car as Dricky Bobby with the number 69 on the car.
Yes, and all of those things you just said were on purpose.
Dricus, right here. It seems like the hype around this just feels different from your last few fights. Like, you know, Sean Strickland had a lot of things to say. It was fight to the death. You and Izzy seemed to have some issues leading up. You did eventually shake hands, but this seems very strictly competitive. Like, Khamzat wants the belt. You have the belt. I'm curious, which do you prefer, the build-up with words or this one, like you said, that like the hype is already there? It's just the two best in the world that want to compete.
I have to tell you, I've thought about that, and people have asked me about it. Does it get you riled up when you get angry? I never get angry. It's never personal. It's just business. And I've said this many times. You can be the biggest asshole in the world or the nicest guy in the world. I'm still going out there to try and kill you. And it's what I'm here to do. So if we have the back and forth, if we do have the press conference like myself and Strickland or myself and Adesanya, or we have the press conference like myself and Robert Whittaker, myself and Darren Till, there was no bad blood because there was none. It makes no difference to me. When fight night comes, it's not the same. It's not the same guy that's sitting here speaking to you that's getting to that octagon.
I've seen this video on your Instagram. It said, "Calm, sit," and it's like a video of you walking a wolf on a leash. I'm curious, whose idea was that?
It's actually a company, USN Nutrition, the biggest supplement company in Africa. And that was a real wolf. People were like, "Oh, this editing sucks." I'm like, because it's not editing, because we had a real wolf in the gym. It was pretty cool having a real wolf there. They're pretty tame, to be honest. And I love the idea. It's on billboards everywhere. I love it.
And, you know, when you get an active champion like yourself and they rack up a couple of defenses, a lot of the narrative goes, oh, when are you going to go get a second belt? But your division has been very active as of late. Obviously, RDR had a big win. Fluffy had a big win. You got the Imavov and Carvalho fight coming up. So I guess what do you make of your division as a whole below you?
Man, what a time to be the middleweight champion of the world. It's an exciting division, and I love it. I love it because there's a lot of eyes in the division. There's a lot of movement. And, you know, right now there's so many guys putting up their hand to being at the top of the division, but after this, not somebody necessarily putting their hand up to be the next #1 contender. And that's exciting because now there's 4 guys, immediate guys that I can think of that are right there. Any one of them can be that guy, but I think between them, they are going to sort it out pretty quickly, and that's exciting.
Of the last few performances at middleweight, which one has stood out to you the most, is the most impressive?
Anthony Hernandez, I have to say. His last fight against Elite was very, very impressive. Of course, the fight with RDR and Whittaker was a big test for him, but, you know, it was a very, very, very close fight. Some could say dodgy decision. Others say it's the right decision. You know, I don't even have an opinion on decision. I mean, if they gave that fight to Rob, I would 100% agree. If they gave it to RDR like they did, I 100% agree. It's one of those fights. But Hernandez was the one. Obviously, the Elite is ranked #9, I think, when they fought. So, but he looked incredible in that fight. He looked incredible. Nobody's ever done that to the Elite. And I mean, the Elite fought Imavov as well. He's fought some big names, and nobody has been able to do that. So that was super impressive. But I mean, you have Imavov and Kyle, who both of them are on a crazy run too. So it's easier to look good against #9 than it is to look good against number 2 or 3. I have to tell you that. I know how it feels.
Dricus, the past few fights, maybe like different locations, maybe not the deepest undercards and all that type of stuff. You had to kind of work for it. This is the opposite, right? Like super great fight card here in the States, big city. For you, what kind of spotlight does that put on you? And are you happy that you're finally getting a platform like this and not, being in maybe a more obscure part of the world?
Please explain obscure.
Well, I don't mean obviously UFC is a US-based company. You have not had the chance to defend your title in the United States yet on a card like this. So,
okay. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Everywhere is not my country, so
Sure.
it doesn't really matter where I defend it. It's great. I mean, what is great is the fact that I get to see the world. I loved Australia. I loved Perth. I loved Sydney. It was a beautiful place. And it was great to go to Canada. It was awesome. We didn't get a lot of snow where I'm from, so that was cool. And now I'm back in the United States. My first 4 fights in a row, I think, it was Abu Dhabi, and then 4 or 5 fights that was in Vegas. It's amazing to see Chicago. It's a beautiful city. I love it here. I can't wait to stay after the fight a little bit more and really enjoy the city, because I've been here by fight night, I would have been here for 3 weeks, but haven't been able to really enjoy the city, indulge. And that is what I will be doing after the fight. But yeah, I've grown quite fond of it, to be able to travel and fight on these different cards. I've never looked at it as I'm fighting on, this is not a great undercard or anything like that. I don't mind. I care about myself and my fight and making sure that the people who do tune in get the show they pay for.
Yeah, and I guess what I was leading to with that question is like you being here on this type of event, you're the champion, you got pay-per-view points and stuff. Hopefully, at least for now, for this fight, that's going to change. I guess your thoughts too on that transforming and this probably being your last fight where you're going to be selling a pay-per-view in this format.
Yeah, I think with pay-per-view a couple of years ago was crazy, and it's kind of with more people, more networks buying the rights to show the fights. And in South Africa, for example, we have it on SuperSport. And pay-per-view, the American market is the biggest pay-per-view buyers, right? And the fact that's why when they do have an event in, let's say, the Manchester event or anything like that, the events are at ridiculous hours. The fight is because of the pay-per-view to accommodate the pay-per-view buyers, which makes a lot of sense. I understand that. And I think, and I'm being biased here again, this Paramount deal might, I'm not saying it's going to, have a good influence on the fact that they want to do Spain, they want to do South Africa or Africa, because now it's not about the pay-per-view buy anymore. Anybody can have it all over the world. And the fights can actually be, because if they're going to have it in South Africa, the event's going to start at 1 a.m. and finish at 7 a.m. That's ridiculous. How can anybody prepare for that? Sleep during the day, fight during the night. And that's going to make it possible for events like this to take place from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Anywhere in the world. I think that's a big change. That's a big possibility in the future. So I'm very excited with this deal. And, of course, the more money the UFC makes, hopefully the more money we make.
Yeah, I was going to ask, have you had any conversations with any of the brass of how this could impact, how you're compensated beyond this fight?
No idea. No, I haven't. Like I said, when it comes to the money stuff, this close to a fight, I don't care. Let's win a fight and then we'll talk about that.
Yeah. And last thing, I had Chris Weidman on my podcast earlier this week, and he was basically giving you major props and saying if you win this fight, he thinks you go up to being probably the 3rd greatest middleweight champion of all time, above him, behind Izzy and Anderson Silva. Would you think that is a fair assessment of where you would fit in with the win here?
Yeah, in terms of the amount of title defenses, for sure. You have to look at it from, I think Chris Weidman is amazing. I'm a massive, massive fan. But you have to look at, when you look at the amount of defenses and you look at a guy like Anderson Silva, for example, I think Anderson Silva is the GOAT because he's the guy. He's always been a hero of mine. But you have to look also in terms of era of title defenses, who these guys fought. Did they fight a guy with a part-time job? that they fight full-time fighters. Was the sport ever as developed as it is right now? But I can't take away from any of those guys. I'm just saying in today's age of fighting, that amount of defenses is not always possible. And, you know, right now, I still have a long way to go before I'm considered as the greatest of all time and even the greatest middleweight of all time. But after this fight, I'm right up there. I'm getting very close to that.
What do you think people are going to be saying on Sunday? Because everyone has a take about this fight, but obviously no one knows what the hell is going to happen in there until it actually happens. But people think Khamzat's this huge test for you. If you get him and beat him the way that you want, what do you think everyone's going to be saying? I know some have said you could potentially even be #1 pound for pound with a win here.
Yeah, I think he's exactly as good as people think. And I know he is this massive task. And so was every other guy in front of me. At the stage where I fought them, they were these massive tasks. Look at Robert Whittaker. He hasn't lost in over a decade to anybody else than the champion. Then fighting Strickland, who just beat Adesanya, and beating him, then fighting Adesanya, who, I mean, it's Israel Adesanya, one of the best who's ever do the sport. And now it's this guy. And after this guy, there will be another guy where people will say, oh, this is your biggest test to date. Because that's what happens when you fight the best of the best. So yes, this fight is massive. Khamzat is an incredibly good fighter. But what people are going to be saying is the same thing they've said after every single one of my fights. He did it again. Can you believe it? Dricus did it again. I will not doubt him again. You know, same old, same old.
Dricus, kind of piggybacking off that question, come Sunday, you know, and still, Khamzat's kind of shut down the activity rumors. He says, look, if I win this fight, I would like to fight in Abu Dhabi, but say it doesn't go his way. Do you think that his activity slows down and we don't see him again for a long time? Like, what do you think could be potentially next for him if it doesn't go his way?
That's a very good question. There's no way. Abu Dhabi is like in October, right? No. That's not happening. Firstly, and yeah, I think after Saturday night, it's going to be time to go and maybe do some introspection, saying, okay, how are we approaching this? Because I don't know where he's at on a mental level. I know he has a lot of money, as he says. I haven't checked his bank statements, but he says he has a lot of money. And, you know, he's so certain that he's becoming world champion. And I'm here to say no. There's no way you're becoming world champion while I'm the champion. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, it's always... I've tasted my first loss. I know what it feels like. It sucks. It really sucks. But that's where character comes in. So it's going to be interesting to see how he gets up from this.
Do you feel like you have an advantage with the gauntlet that you've gone through and how active you've been compared to him?
Yes, I do 100% believe that, especially fighting main events, preparing and fighting 5-round fights against the best of the best, I think that is a massive advantage. And against middleweights at that. So I think that is a massive advantage. But with a guy like him, it almost feels, even when he was inactive for so long, he gets in there and he looks like he's been active the whole time. And he was out for almost 2 years, I think, and just came back and looked phenomenal. So it's some guys just don't get ring rust. I don't believe in ring rust either, but I do believe in comfortability in there. It's not I don't believe in getting rusty when you don't fight, but I do believe that you get more comfortable in there. It's like walking into your gym. You're more likely to try things and be a bit more risky to get the biscuit when you get in there, because it feels more familiar. So yeah, I think it definitely gives me the advantage, but I don't think it's a disadvantage for him.
Then it seems like you really embrace the city. When did you get here, and what's your experience so far of Chicago?
Yeah, I've been here on Fight Night. I've been here for 3 weeks because it's 7 time zone difference between South Africa and Chicago. It takes about a week for me to get my sleep 100% back, and I just don't. You know, when I get close to a fight, I need everything to be like this. You know, from my sleep, what I eat, My supplements, even my room, everything needs to be perfect. I need to know where I'm going, what the schedule's like, where am I training, and feel at home when fight night comes. So I always try to get out here to anywhere I fight as early as possible. And Chicago has been absolutely amazing. I've been here for more than 2 weeks now. It's been incredible. The culture here, the food looks amazing. Haven't been able to enjoy any of it, but the people are really, really nice. Everybody has been welcoming me with open arms everywhere I go. Going to watch all the sports teams with the Cubs, the Bears, the Blackhawks, and going to the United Center, the home of Chicago, Bulls as well. And it's been incredible. Throwing that first pitch, yeah, I felt so comfortable. It really felt amazing. It feels amazing to be here. It's one of the nicest cities that I've ever been in. It's beautiful. The architecture is incredible. And yeah.
Hey, Dricus, 2 questions. The first one is, take into account that I'm biased because I'm French, but you don't seem at all really interested in Nassourdine Imavov. Is it because it doesn't bring as many eyes to a potential fight?
No, it's just because he's not my next opponent. I honestly don't mind. And yeah, it definitely doesn't bring as much eyes because, yeah, I think he's going to be fighting, he's fighting Barral now. And yeah, I just don't see it. People can disagree with me, I don't know, but I think the general consensus is there people that believe that he should have gotten the title shot before Khamzat, because that's ridiculous. And yeah, it's not that I'm not interested in him. He's not the #1 contender yet. He has that ranking, but he's not the #1 contender yet. It's for me to speak about him right now is senseless. That's why I've been so dismissive of that. I feel the same about any other guy in the division. I think he's great. He looked amazing against Izzy. It was a tough fight. He caught him with that good punch, but it was a tough fight. But he's been up and down in his career, consistent. This is the more consistent the last couple of fights. But yeah, I think he's a great fighter. Make no mistake. I think he's a great fighter. He's just not the next contender yet. And if he beats Kyle, then sure. Then he probably is. But that's not my decision. I go out there and I fight the next best guy.
Okay, and the last question is, I feel like a dick for bringing this up, but the fight against Derek Brunson was only 2 years ago, and the first round, he really had a lot of success in the wrestling and the grappling also. What has changed, and what's when you look back to this fight, which was the first one, and it really didn't go your way? Of course, the easy thing to do would be to compare. Khamzat is even better wrestler, so it could go even worse. And if he takes a submission, it could go.
It can't really go worse than him throwing in a towel. It can't go worse. No. Yeah, take your first round. Cool. I'll take a towel.
Yeah. Okay. So that's how you see it.
That's the answer. That's the answer. Yes.
Thank you.
Dricus, does it bother you coming into this fight that you're the betting underdog, or do you just dismiss that?
It definitely doesn't bother me. I think I've been the underdog most of the title fights. I'm not 100% sure how many of them I've been the favorite or the underdog. Well, all of my fights, because I can't bet on my own fights, and I don't bet on any fights for that matter. But yeah, no, it makes no difference if I'm the favorite, if I'm the underdog. It's not going to change anything for me. I know the people, my friends, family, some of those people, they would probably love it, the fact that I'm the underdog. That's more money for them.
Dricus, we've seen tremendous growth from you over your career, especially in this title run. And if you could go back to your debut fight, sit ringside, and give yourself any words of encouragement, what would those words be?
Do it exactly the same way, man. Don't change anything.
And then do you have any, I know you said you haven't had the chance to try any of the Chicago food yet. What are you looking most forward to after the fight?
Man, right now, just give me a bottle of mayo. It'll be fine. Anything for that matter. But yeah, I've been getting so much mixed opinions on the deep dish pizza. Some people say, and I won't say any names, that it tastes like shit lasagna. other people said it is incredible. You have to try it. So I'm gonna have to go find out for myself. It looks amazing. So I'm definitely gonna eat a lot of that. How's the beer in Chicago? I'm not 100% sure, but I'm definitely gonna find out after the fight. Eat as many wings as I possibly can. And America, I have to say, well done. You have created the best snack on earth, and it's called Cheez-Its, and I'm going to eat boxes of them. Absolutely love it.
Fans call your style very unorthodox. How much is that instinct versus game plan?
That's a very good question. Good way of putting it, between instinct and game plan, because I think game plan is very important at this level. Everybody's fit, everybody's strong, everybody can take a punch, give a punch. You know, there's some people with a bit of an advantage here, but they lack a bit here. And then it comes down to, and I honestly believe that's where the sport is heading. Everybody is so good these days at everything. Guys can defend takedowns, they can wrestle, they can grapple, defensively, offensively strike, everybody. And then it comes, we are going back to the educated brawler. It's almost where we are going. The guy who can defend the takedowns, even the technical ones, can defend the submissions, can go for those submissions, can strike, but it's almost going back to that, the guy who can take the most and give the most. Then I believe that's why that's why we developed this style. It's about putting the pressure on your opponent and throwing what needs to be thrown in that moment. You can have a game plan, 100%. I go out there with a game plan. But game plans change the whole time. You cannot predict what your opponent's going to do, and you have to be able to adapt accordingly the whole time. Be focused, see things in there that you would only see once you're in there, because it's just not possible to see in watching tape. So, yeah, it's unorthodox, but it's effective.
Saturday night, Dricus, finish this sentence. Don't blink because...
Because otherwise you wasted your money for the pay-per-view. No, don't blink. I can't give you a prediction in this fight. I have to say, I think it's going to be as electrifying as people think. And I'm even looking forward to seeing how this plays out. You know, am I getting this to the ground, getting that finish there? Because how sweet would that submission be? Somebody's going to make a lot of money. And, you know, is this fight going to be standing? You see this so many times, where you, especially when you have two guys that love to grapple, they keep it standing. And it's going to be very interesting to see where this fight takes place. And that plays a big role. For me, I am ready to go out there. And if this fight is only on the ground, so be it. Let's go for it. If this fight's only in the clinch, let's go for it. And if this fight is just an all-out brawl in the middle of the octagon, please, let's go for that. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.